talk about. As I said, apologies, we were delayed. We were just delayed because of a member stream. Let's go and jump over and do a preview. Then we can jump into your comments and we'll kind of take it from there. I don't know about you. My head's spinning after WrestleMania weekend. It has been absolutely crazy. So much stuff going on. So much news going on. So many talking points going on. I just did over half an hour with the members. Could have gone longer. Could have done an hour. Easy. I feel like we had loads to actually get our teeth into. But what we're going to do is jump over here, do the preview, and then we're going to jump into the chat. So, Sol Ruca takes on ZARIA. They're battling in a last woman standing match. Obviously, ZARIA costing Sol last night on Raw. Then we got Myles Borne. He's defending the NXT North American Championship against Dion Lennox. So we got a championship match. Hendry is going to be battling Keanu Carver. We know Sol has gone up to the main roster. Hendry's gone up to the main roster. So this will be probably the final time that we're going to be seeing these two battling away on NXT. Tatum Paxley takes on Blake Monroe in a casket match. Really looking forward to that. That should be really good. And then we got EK Prosper and Lexis King battling for the vacant speed title. So this is NXT Revenge. This is not a normal NXT show. It's a bit of a special. We've got championship matches. Of course, there was no stand and deliver. I think this worked better, to be honest with you. I think stand and deliver having its own space was better. The only thing I would say is I think they probably could do something more at WWE World. They did put WWE World on YouTube, but it was just like, come and check out these matches if you want. They're not really important, but come and check them out if you want. I kind of feel like we could have done a bigger deal out of that. We could have had a build, a feud leading to the match, you know? Like, we had Tatum versus Alba Fire. Like, maybe we could have done a bit of a story and maybe, we could have made a bigger deal out of it. And maybe in the future we could see titles changing at WWE World. I think it was good that we didn't have to watch Stand and Deliver and then go into a 3-hour countdown show and then go into WrestleMania, you know? It was a lot anyway, but that would be a lot. I mean, and it has been a lot. So the decision has been made to pull Stand and Deliver out. So I think the reason for that, as I said, is because it gets a little bit lost in the shuffle. But it does mean now that these NXT episodes are just a little bit juicier. There's a lot of matches here that would have been at Stand and Deliver. Like, you know, I think we would have done Tatum Blake in a casket match at Stand and Deliver. I think we would have done Sol ZARIA last woman standing match at Stand and Deliver. And so as a result, we're getting them on this show instead. So it's good. It means that it's a bit of a special episode. It means that the good vibes can continue. It means that the momentum can continue. And it means that the vibe of WrestleMania weekend is not quite over yet. Even though we're not in Vegas, we are in Orlando. We are at the Performance Center. I am still very much looking forward to this show. Connor said, Daze, apparently Sol Ruca said her dream match is to face Io, and Sol said that she wants to be in the ring against Randy. Well, I'm not interested in seeing her in there with Randy personally, but I'm certainly interested in seeing her in there with Io. That'd be a fantastic match. The Masked BIHH, the Masked B. Shout out to you, my friends. And Kev Willis 81, shout out to you also. It was lovely seeing some new faces on the members' sides. Big thank you to everyone that joined us over the weekends, but also, you know, King Yeti, Phantom, so many people firing in gifted memberships. It means that we've got new members around, and it just constantly breathes new life into that side of the channel. And yeah, we're up and running. We just did a member stream. We'll be back with another one tomorrow. We've got another one scheduled for Thursday. We'll have another one on Friday. Back next week with 5 more. yeah, we're doing some stuff. We're doing the work, and it's good. Had a great time this weekend. Jaden said, imagine Dragons have got a song that's called Bones. You should listen to it, says Jaden. I think that's probably aimed at Bones. Do they have a song called Wrestling Daze? I'll listen to that one. Steve said, days after Paige, Sol, and Hendry went to Raw, you reckon that Saints, JC, and Blake go to SmackDown? I think JC does. Ricky, there's a chance. Yeah, he was strongly rumoured, wasn't he? He was rumoured to be getting called up. So, yeah, it is a good possibility. Flamefist said, Days, thoughts on Brock not being at Raw last night, even though he was advertised. Do we think there's an internal problem with creative and Brock? No, not really. I think that Brock has dropped a bit of a bombshell on them. I am of the opinion, and I could be proven wrong, but I am of the opinion that this is maybe a decision Brock has made relatively recently to retire at WrestleMania. The reports are that not many people knew that this was going to happen, and I could believe it being a case that he might have even dropped it on Triple H when he saw him, like Friday or Thursday or whatever. I'm gonna wrap it up here. I'm done. You know, perhaps he just knows I'm done. I think the general consensus was we all believed he would be at SummerSlam, and that's where it would end. But I mean, it doesn't have to end at SummerSlam. If he is happy that WrestleMania, and who knows what's going on in his life, you know, it could be a case that like his kids kind of going off into the real world, and you know he's got things going on, and for him, you know, this is done, and he's done. Why not give Oba the win and go out here? So I could genuinely believe that this was a decision he made recently. I could genuinely believe this was not the plan. I could genuinely believe this has been sort of sprung on Triple H and WWE. I could genuinely believe that he is done. This would explain why there was all that seemingly his retired kind of messaging, you know, where people didn't quite know if what they were seeing was true or not, because no one had told them that he was going to retire at WrestleMania. So for me, I can sort of make sense of like why they advertised Brock and why he wasn't there, why this felt so strange, and why WWE was saying he was seemingly retired. And so I think that this is him springing it on them. That's how it feels to me. But you always have to be open to the idea that it's just a work, because we all saw the Seth thing last year. So I've said before, I don't mind getting worked. I think if anyone is bothered by being worked, then I think you're going to really miss out on the fun of wrestling. I mean, I was worked all the time as a kid because I didn't know what I was watching. I didn't know the rumors. I didn't know or care, obviously. I just wanted to watch wrestling and loved it. And I think like now, we live in a world where there's a lot of information around, but we don't know everything that's happening, of course. I mean, I often get questions of like, is this going to happen? Is that going to happen? And well, I don't work for WWE. I only see the word that's out there. And obviously we can have opinions on things, but if it's not being reported, then we have to speculate. And like this, you know, we didn't know that was going to happen, that was going to go down. There was no rumor that was going to happen. And so it's happened, and now people are trying to figure out, is it real? Is it not real? To me, at the moment, with everything I've seen, it feels real, and it feels like he sprung it on them late, and that's why things feel a little weird. That's why people internally are questioning it. Some are questioning it. And that's why it was a little bit strange in its execution, because this was not a perfectly executed plan. I think it was just sprung. But it could turn out to be a swerve, and it could turn out to be that he comes back and challenges Gunther and all that kind of stuff. And if that's what happens, that's what happens. I mean, it won't bother me in the slightest that I was buying the retirement, because everything's sort of going the way it should if he was actually retiring, you know? left the boots in the ring, left the gloves in the ring. Heyman got upset. Brock got upset. And the confusion in WWE, I think, is easily explained. So that's how I read it anyway. Daze, do we think that we could get Cody Punk for the championship at WrestleMania? Yeah. Oh, they've definitely teased it, haven't they? They've definitely teased that as a match. Where it goes down, I don't know if it's WrestleMania, if it's SummerSlam, but I don't feel like that's next, but I do feel like it's something WWE wanted to tease. And I do wonder if they teased it because they wanted to get the reaction. They wanted to know how the crowd would feel about it. WWE have got a history of doing that. Do you remember when they gave the belt to Lex Luger? He never won the belt, but they gave him the world title, and he came walking out on like a live event with it. And apparently they did that because they wanted to see how the fans reacted and how it looked with him with the belt. And he'd never won it. He didn't win it. I'd imagine the fans were very, very confused. But there are occasions where, you know, WWE tried Hogan and Ric Flair in 92 at live events to see how the fans felt about it. And because the fans were not going crazy, they decided that was not the right main event for WrestleMania. So there are times where we do things so that we can get the live crowd reaction to just gauge where the interest is. Part of me wonders if there's not really a plan in place yet for like a specific show, and if it was more just, let's have a little tease of something, let's see how the fans react to it, and let's see what online says about it, and if they go for it, then, well, we know that could be SummerSlam, or that could be WrestleMania next year. If they're not keen, well, we know not to do it, right? It's quite good, actually. I mean, it's not a bad way of trying to figure out what the right way forward is, right? It's not bad. So for me, it kind of read a bit like that. I think it might have been a moment thing from Brock. It did feel real, but who knows? I don't mind seeing him. And Gunther said, "Who's that, Saints J?" Carr said, "Do we think AAA talent should be booked on NXT?" They can come over, of course. I think primarily you want to make sure that you bring in through your NXT talent. I don't think it's AAA talent that we need so much right now. I think it's main roster talent we need, because we've just lost some big hitters and we're about to lose some more. So NXT is in a bit of a transitional period, and it's about to get hit again by losing the likes of JC, by losing the likes of Ethan, maybe Ricky, Joe. I mean, we're going to need an influx of talent here. We're going to need some people that know what they're doing. So you can bring over a Vikingo. That would definitely help. I don't need Mr. Iguana. He's just a comedy character. I don't need. He's fine, but he ain't going to fix the problems we've got. The problems we've got is, what the hell does at the top of the card look like if we lose Ethan, Ricky, Joe? We just lost Javon, Oba, and Trick. What does the men's division look like if you lose all of that? That's a concern. I mean, we might need to get, say, a Vikingo. We might need to get Mike Santana from TNA. We might need to get like some main roster talent that's not being used at the moment, that can kind of, like Johnny Gargano. You know, can we get him for a month? Not where he comes down permanently, just comes down for a month. Just so that we could do an interesting story. You know, imagine if they do Johnny in there with Keanu, Carver, right? Put all these people with emerging talent so that we can build that emerging talent. We've got talent coming through, but it's just going to obviously take a little bit of time to find its feet, isn't it? And this is where like Takahashi coming in, or maybe Evil coming in. Like, if they're coming, can we get them? Because we might need them. So let's, look to get them in. I'd be really tempted to get Zilla if I was WWE. I've been asked about Zilla over the weekend a few times again. And it's like, the thing with Zilla is I don't think he's going to go straight to the main roster. I think he's someone that they should bring in. I think there's a real interest in Zilla. So why not put him in NXT now? Get, if there's people that are excited about him already, why don't we just capitalize on that? Strengthens the men's division. We can build him up. People can start getting excited about when he hits the main roster, which you wouldn't do for at least 12 months, whatever. But yeah, I think there's work that needs to be done here. And I don't know what their plan is, but we do need to get some people from TNA. The right people from AAA would be fine. As I said, Vikingo would make sense. You want some people that can be in for a month or so. I wouldn't just bring people in for like a one-off appearance. But like anyone that knows what they're doing, that can really contribute, that can put on some good matches, tell some good stories. I think the language barrier could be a bit of a problem. So we need people that can obviously communicate. I don't know if Vikingo can speak English or not. I'm not sure on that. But yeah, work to be done. The men's division in NXT is lacking a little bit anyway. And we're about to lose some of that top talent that we had. So definitely work to be done. Equation said Brock was brought back to WWE as a joke. Fans said we want Cross, and Triple H said, you want Brock, you've got him. Well, I don't think he was brought back as a joke. I think he was brought back to wrap up his career, actually. I think the thing with Brock is that he came back because he hadn't had that final moment, that final run. Obviously, he'd been away for a couple of years because of the Janelle Grant stuff. He came back at SummerSlam 2025. We hadn't seen him since 2023, I think it was. He was meant to be in the Rumble, but he wasn't. Because that's when the Janelle Grant stuff really broke out. So I think it'd been a couple of years since we had seen him. So I think they brought him back so that he could say goodbye and wrap up and retire. And obviously, you know, I think it was John Cena that said he had heard it was going to be at SummerSlam. And that's why everyone was looking at SummerSlam. SummerSlam was in Minneapolis, which is where he's from as well. So everything was pointing to SummerSlam. And then, boom, out of nowhere, yeah, another shock. He's good at them, you know? Just like when the Undertaker streak ended because of him, and we were all shocked. He did it again. This time, leaving the gloves in the ring. A tribute, if you will. 12 years later to when he beats the streak. I have got several NXT house shows. They have got so much talent there. Instead of bringing more with why have there. I got several NXT house shows. They have so much talent there. Instead of bringing more, let's work with what they have there. So, Sussy, got you. Yeah, the only problem is, though, that they're still learning, aren't they? They've got a lot of people, but they're learning. So they're people that need training and working with and developing. They're not necessarily top of the card, like about to put on bangers on the verge of being called up. You know, like Keanu, Carver, for example, Sean Legacy. Like, they've got lots of that talent. Myles, Borne, that's still putting it together. They've got lots of talent that's still developing. I think for me, the concern is that top end of the card that just needs that support. You know, if you put a Keanu Carver in there with someone, it'd be good to put them in there with someone that he can learn from, that he can have a good feud with. I'd be really tempted to just put Johnny down there a month, Vikingo in for a month. It doesn't need to be long term. It doesn't need to be, it just needs to get us through a little period where I think we just need that support. And we've seen it happen before. We've seen the likes of, you know, Mustafa Ali come down, Dolph Ziggler come down, Baron Corbin come down, Becky came down for a little period not long ago. She actually won that NXT championship, you might remember. Natalia's been down quite a few times. Finn Balor came down and stayed there for an extended period, I think because they didn't really have a great deal for him on the main roster just before around the pandemic. You might remember he lost to The Fiend, and I don't think it was long after that loss that he kind of came back down. So it's not unusual for WWE to do this if ever they feel they need that sort of little support at the top of the card. But, well, we'll see. We'll see what they do. I agree. They've definitely got a lot of bodies. There's definitely a lot of people around. It's just, is it experienced enough? Doc Holliday said, I approve Daze. of you being the top Jelly Roll fan. Let's go. Just as long as he doesn't become a troublemaker, Liv Morgan #1 fan. Well, knowing WWE, they'll probably take a clip, chop it up, and have me saying anything. You know, you might be tuning into SmackDown on Friday or Raw next week. It might be me going, I love this Liv Morgan track. I don't know that I can trust them anymore. I don't know that I can trust them. They could take all little clips of me saying things and chop it all together and have me doing anything. Do you know what I mean? Might tune into Dynamite where I'm going AE-dub, AE-dub, AE-dub. So, yes, I am Jelly Roll's #1 fan. And it's a badge that I wear with pride and honour. Mark, shout out to you, my friends. Said Daze $5 as we wrap up 5 straight days of great streams. Don't forget to hydrate. Keep that voice going. Mark, thank you, my friends. Yeah, no, I really appreciate you joining us. I appreciate everyone that joined us. And as I said, you know, for me, it's a pleasure to sit here and chat away and just talk wrestling. I just love talking wrestling. So I agree. It has been fun. I've really enjoyed it. When you go into that kind of Friday in particular, you kind of know the mountain that's ahead of like hours and hours of streams. But I gotta tell you, man, I mean, I'm ready to do it all again. I'm ready to go again with all of that stuff. Like it not for a second did I find it, well, maybe the main event of night 1, I found a bit of a chore with all the Pat stuff. But, you know, outside of that, like, it was just so easy. I feel like one thing I will say about Wrestlemania, and maybe I had a different experience because I was talking to you guys during those commercial breaks. I did not find it a hard watch. I did not find it a chore to get through. I did not find it, like, difficult. I was watching the matches. They were either good or bad. Whatever happened. And as soon as we went to the commercial break, I went to the chat. We were talking. Lovely. Back to the show. And obviously in between I'm doing polls and things like that. So I think I'm in a different place where, like, I'm kept busy, you know? I'd imagine it's probably different for those sat at home that are just, you know, not joining us, not joining the conversation. They're just sat at home watching and then, like, keep going to commercial. You know, I could imagine that being so irritating. I suppose that irritation doesn't quite affect me as badly because I'm just constantly doing stuff, be it polls or chats or whatever it might be. So, yeah, I appreciate it, buds, and thanks for joining us. And, yeah, it was really fun. I'd do it every weekend. It was so good. In fact, I was thinking that. I was like, I don't think we got wrestling this weekend. I was like, Thankfully, I'm told there's a Backlash, Saturday night's main event, and a Clash in Italy coming up in May. So we should be good, right? We should have plenty of streams to look forward to. So that's my comfort blanket, is the fact that we've got all these streams coming up soon. Daz said, hit the thumbs up and don't forget for tomorrow, questions for tomorrow. Oh, yes. Oh, that's a great reminder, actually, that is, Daz, because I was in the process of forgetting. So there is Wrestle Feuds that we do on a Wednesday with the members, and that is where we ask questions. So 4 questions. You lots just need to answer these. Answer them on the form for me, because that is where I get all the feedback. I can show you the questions in advance because I know people don't like clicking on links. They don't know what they are. I understand that. But we've done this for like, I think it's like 8 months or so now. So you know that it's just this form. So I'll put a link in the chat. I'll take you to this form. There's 4 questions. I then ask the members these questions. We play a little game, and I'm going to start putting them out, actually, because I've got months and months and months of games that we've played. I might put them out on, probably not this channel, maybe the second channel or something, but edited down, of course, because obviously there's a lot of, you know, bits in there, but I'll edit it down. But yeah, the best bald wrestler, right? WWE superstar. So the best wrestler that doesn't have any hair, okay? lots of names kind of come to my mind straight away. I don't want to say anything on influence, but best wrestler, WWE superstar that doesn't have any hair. The best European wrestler, so the best wrestler from Europe. So obviously Spain, France, Italy, England, Ireland. I mean, Ireland's got a lot going for it. Scotland, Austria. Obviously, there's someone quite famous from Austria around in WWE at the moment. One of WWE's biggest ever stars came from Italy. So, yeah, which best European wrestler. Then we've got what wrestler should have featured at WrestleMania 42 but didn't. So what's the one that really annoys you? Yeah, I think there's a couple of names that come to mind straight away. But if you think of like a lot of those wrestlers that featured in the Andre Battle Royal, or maybe even you're thinking legend, you know, perhaps you're not even thinking a wrestler that's on the active roster. You're thinking more legend that should have been there. So, I mean, those are always options as well. So what wrestler should have been at WrestleMania 42 but wasn't? Yeah, should have featured but didn't. And then I just thought this would be fun considering we've just obviously got all the WrestleMania 42 matches in the rear view mirror now. I'm gonna get the thing. The final one is, look, you can even see me getting the link. There's the link. Let me just type Wrestle Feud questions. Okay, the link's in the chat. Has it gone into the chat? Yeah, there it is. Let me pin it. The final one is, what's the best WrestleMania match of all time? Doesn't have to be a main event. It can just be the best WrestleMania match of all time. I think now that we've got all the 42 ones to add to the conversation, I think it'd be interesting to know, what do you regard as the best? What's the best? What's the number one? What is the number one WrestleMania match of all time? There's two that come to my mind straight away, but I know there'll be lots of other answers. So we take the top 8 and we do a bit of a Family Feud style game with those. So there we go. Those are the 4 questions for this week. Best bald superstar, best European wrestler, who should have featured at WrestleMania 42 but didn't, and what is the best WrestleMania match of all time? Edward says WWE LFG Season 3 will start on Sunday. Most of the Season 2 talent are going to return, including Bailey Humphries, Zane Sterling, PJ Vassar, and others. Yeah, I've actually read them saying about how this is different this time. So no judges, no teams. It's a completely different setup. It's not what it was before. So I don't know quite the setup structure of it this time, but it's completely different to Season 1, Season 2. There's no Undertaker this time. There's no Michelle McCool. It seems to be that they are working with them. I think it's going to be a little bit more real. One of my kind of bugbears was that it just felt so fake at times from the clips that I was seeing. I still haven't watched it, but I've seen enough clips. There's lots of stuff that just feels like it's just a work. And that's fine because wrestling is a work, right? So, but I don't really feel like I think a show like this, I got so many questions about training and developing a superstar, right? Because I've never done that. I've never worked with a wrestler that's learning and got them from there to there, right? I don't know how you'd quite do that. I got lots of questions about that. And actually, I went to a NXT show in 2024 in Florida, and Blake Howard was the host, and I paid for the VIP treatment, right? It was like $20 more. So it was I think it was like $20. You got to sit in the front row and you got to kind of meet some of the wrestlers and you got to ask a question, right? So I was like, yeah, fine. Normal price was like $10 or something like this, right? It's dirt cheap. So good. Flipping, couldn't recommend it more going to a NXT house show. I think they're brilliant. So I did that. The wrestlers that came out were Damon Kemp, Charlie Dempsey, Myles, Borne. It was those three, right? It was no quarter catch crew. And it was, they just got rid of Drew Gulak. Like, Drew Gulak was actually in that group and he had just left. And so we were in a situation where it was those three and those were the three. And the question that I asked was, I don't know if I'm allowed to ask this, but I'm going to ask it anyway, right? The question I want to ask is, when you're developing and training, at what point do you start calling the action in the ring? So at what point in your development would you start to actually just go in there and have a match? Or are all of the matches sort of planned in advance? It was a little bit of a, inside baseball type question. I didn't know if I would be allowed to ask that kind of a question. So, because Blake Howard comes to you before and he's like, what would your question be? And I really wanted to dig into that sort of, tell me about the training process. Tell me about what it's like. Like, when you do promo class, what's that like? I mean, do you just, do they give you a topic? Do you just go up there and it's like, cut a promo? Or, do they give you specific feedback on what you have to work on? Like, when it comes to promos, I've got questions, right? When it comes to training, when you're having a match on NXT, do they tell you everything that you're going to do? Or do they just give you a few key things that you need to do and you fill in the rest? And obviously we know that there's times where matches get called in the ring. Like, at what stage do you start doing that? Like, I suppose in a way, like, how is it laid out? What's the timetable for your development? Trying to put that into words is quite difficult. But Blake ended up asking, had absolutely nothing to do with what I said. I think he was like, okay, let me think about that. And the question he asked was, there's a question here from this gentleman. He would like to know, how hard is it to bring things from outside of wrestling, things that you might have done outside of wrestling, into wrestling? And I was sat there going, that is absolutely nothing connected whatsoever with what I was like. He went to me after he went, is that all right? I went, brilliant. Great job. In my mind, he probably heard me say what I said and he went, I can't ask that. Like, that's not a question that I can ask of the wrestlers. So it was probably just, I can't ask that. And I know I can't ask that. I'm going to have to think of something else to ask instead. So I feel a bit better because I might have put him in an awkward situation. I don't know, right? Rather than just going, what's your favourite ice cream? I wanted to try and find something else. I tried, it didn't work, whatever. But, yeah, I think for me, LFG, it would be so good if you just got an honest look at the training process and it actually answered some questions. There are some shows I need to go back to, like Breaking Ground. That was a show that started around when the network started. And I think that gave you a look at the creative process, the training process. And I don't know if that was like all worked and whatever, but I would say that's definitely something worth finding, and I need to find it and revisit it. And I bet it's really interesting because a lot of those stars are now the big names, obviously. We're talking about like when Alexa was there and, people like that, Carmella and whatever. So I bet like that's really interesting to go back to. And I bet LFG has got some stuff in it that's real and that's, honest. But every time I see clips, it just seems like they were trying to generate, like that BJ guy going off on Bully Ray and some of that. That didn't feel real to me. Felt like that was all being exaggerated because they wanted him to be a heel character in the show and whatever. So, whatever. I need to watch it anyway so that I can give it a fair shot. But if they are going to change it and make it completely different to how it was, maybe show you a bit more of the real process, it could really be something I could be like really interested in. Something that could be well worth watching. Doc Holliday says, with Kobe retired, he did a tour for his last year in the NBA, brackets, Cena. Tim Duncan, after what felt like was his last season, decided that he would retire. When it happened, it just popped up on ESPN. I think Brock is doing the Tim Duncan. Doc Holliday, shout out to you. That's very interesting. I'm not very good at giving you examples from other sports. I do follow football, and I could probably, give some examples from football for different things, but not basketball. I couldn't really do basketball, but yeah, that's good. That's really interesting. So, Doc Holliday, thank you. But we got another comment from Doc Holliday. Lesnar was never flashy, was never an attention seeker. If he says that he's retired, then I believe him. For the argument's sake, if it is going to be like the hooded man, and there's going to be one that's abnormally sized, then it's Lesnar, and I've called it. Doc Holliday, I really like that. I agree with you. I think, would Brock agree to such nonsense? And what would be the purpose of it as well? Like, what would be the point of him faking a retirement to then actually retire at SummerSlam? Like, I suppose that doesn't really make much sense to me either. I mean, I don't know. I just sort of feel like, is he going to sneak attack Gunther? Well, if he's going to sneak attack Gunther, why does a retirement need to be a part of that? Do you know what I mean? Like, it's one thing for Gunther to be standing in the ring, going off, ranting and raving at Paul Heyman or whatever. Brock can always come through the timekeeper's area. He doesn't need to retire to sneak attack Gunther. So it's hard to see how it connects at the moment, really. I think a lot of people would say, oh, yeah, well, Gunther's going to think that Brock's out of the way and is not a problem. Well, that's fine. He can think that, not think that. I don't think Gunther really cares. I think Gunther's pretty confident he could beat Brock regardless of whether he's here or not here. So I don't think it's going to really change how Gunther operates. So I suppose it's just hard to see how the retirement being faked really, really changes anything. Although, I've got to be honest, you can say the exact same thing about Seth. How did Seth faking his injury change anything? I mean, CM Punk wrestled a match with Gunther, won that match after giving everything, and then Seth's music hits and he comes out. Well, it didn't make any difference that he was injured or not injured. He still could have come out at that moment anyway, so the same can be said about that Seth moment. The injury achieved nothing. I don't know what the injury achieved. It just kind of swerved the fans for the sake of swerving the fans, but it didn't make any difference to the actual moment. He could have come out perfectly fine and cashed him. So, yeah, we'll have to wait and see. But I agree. I struggle to see what the benefit is of faking the retirement. And I also think, is Brock the kind of person that would want to mess around with that anyway? So, Doc Holliday, shout out to you. I mean, I wonder if, you could fake it so that fans at SummerSlam... well, no, because you got to do the build, haven't you? I was going to say, you surprise them, but... well, surely he would come back before SummerSlam if he's going to have a match with Gunther, so they would know. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm struggling to see the upside. So, Doc Holliday, thank you, my friend. I really appreciate the support. Thomas said, for storyline purposes, why is Braun super crazy at Seth? Braun attacked Seth, and Braun injured himself. It has nothing to do with Seth. I think because Seth was the masked man and was going after the Vision and has gone after Heyman and all of that stuff, maybe Braun is angry at Seth for all of that, Perhaps Braun as well is upset at the fact that Seth sort of made him join the group not as an equal, but as someone that had to stand in the background. So obviously he got rid of Seth and took the Vision over. Seth then did the masked man stuff and was causing chaos for the Vision. I can't remember if Braun was in the group by that point, or if not, I can't remember. Can't remember if he got injured and Seth was doing that, or if they crossed over at all. But I think you could probably put enough pieces together where, you know, if you come after the Vision, if I'm in it or not in it, that's my group. And if you mess with Heyman and you mess with the Vision, regardless of if I'm around or not, you're messing with me once again. And plus also, because he joined that group and maybe didn't feel like an equal, he felt like Seth was pushing him in the backgrounds. He probably has just got ill will towards Seth in the first place. So definitely looking forward to some promo exchanges there. Because I agree, you know, there's been a lot that's gone down. It'd be good to kind of dig into that animosity and to get some kind of clarity from that. I said as well, I need some clarity about why Jacob stepped up to Roman, because, I mean, like, today there's a quote from Jacob. Jacob's talking today about how Roman came up to him and basically said, just before he went out, like, listen, calm down, you're going to be okay. And Roman had a word with Jacob backstage at WrestleMania, just reassuring him, telling him, like, listen, you got this, yeah? And, like, you read that and you know their family and you know that, you know, the family get on. I mean, I remember that footage when Jay won the Rumble. Jay went backstage. Jacob's back there and Jacob hugs Jay. He's with Jimmy. He congratulates him. And I remember that when Jay won the Rumble last year, 2025, Jacob was there to congratulate him. There's a picture of after Jacob's match, I think it's Jimmy or Jay, giving Jacob a hug. Today, there's comments of Jacob saying Roman had a word with him saying, listen, you got this, calm down. I think it's hard because you see all this stuff, and I see it on a fairly consistent basis. You see all this stuff about the family, that family, and how they're there for each other. And then you tune into Raw, and Jacob's coming out, stepping up to Roman, acting like there's all these issues. And so then you've got to mentally go, okay, when did they last cross paths? And what's the problem here? Where's this animosity coming from? I know that Jacob was with Solo, and I know that those two teams were battling around the end of 2024. I don't think they've crossed paths since then. So, I mean, you are going back a little bit now. And I don't know if they've crossed paths since then. I don't know if in kayfabe they're in a good place, bad place. I don't know. So I would say, like, Jacob stepping up to Roman is good because, like, I'm excited for it. It's a match I'd like to see. But I did find what he was saying to be a bit confusing. I think I was more expecting him to say, like, this is nothing personal. You know? This is nothing personal. But I got to better my family's life. I'm a provider, just like you, Oos. And I've got to provide. I need a bigger house. I need a bigger car. I need my kids to go to better schools. I think I was expecting that. But what I got had a bit more animosity to it. It felt like it had more animosity to it than what I was expecting. So I agree with you that there are definitely things that need to just get a bit of clarity to them. That would be good to just kind of clean up a little bit. But we can do that. We can do that with Borne and Seth. We can do that with Jacob and Roman. We'll be able to do that as we kind of move forwards. WrestleBuzz said, Daze, hell of a Mania weekend. I'm excited for NXT, said WrestleBuzz. Yeah, I am as well, actually. I mean, this obviously feels a lot easier, a lot more straightforward. I'm looking forward to just getting stuck into this and just having a bit of fun, really. I mean, we've had fun all weekend, but, you know, this one just looks a fun card. I really like the Casket match. I'm here for that. I like the Casket match. So I'm looking forward to seeing what they've got up their sleeve to just wrap up this sort of extended WrestleMania weekend. As we said, we're not in Vegas. It doesn't really matter. It looks still to be a very fun card. We are back again tomorrow, of course, with Evolve, but Evolve is Evolve. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's hardly essential viewing. It is that level below NXT. It's a fun watch. But I don't think we can really class that as being a part of WrestleMania weekend. So, yeah, in a way, it feels like it does. It feels like it sort of wrapped up yesterday, but for us kind of real freaks that just can't get enough, it feels like we got that little bit more tonight as well. Developmental. WWE's developmental is going to give us a great show. Nick said Brock has diverticulitis. He probably felt that he just can't, says Nick. Maybe. Again, if there is a work, I'm not worried. I'm not bothered. It's really not a problem. I think that for me, it is fine to be worked. It doesn't bother me in the slightest. I sort of feel like WWE should be trying to do that. They should be trying to sort of catch us off guard and surprise us. And, you know, I mean, how boring if everything was just so obvious and predictable. Like, that's not a world I think wrestling fans really want to live with. So, in a way, it's good. It's kind of nice that people are guessing and second guessing as to what we're getting. But I just know where I stand on it at the moment. Where I stand is I'm buying it. I think he did retire, or at the very least, he thinks he retired. Whether he can be convinced to come back is another thing. But I think as of WrestleMania weekends, I think that in his mind was it. Yeah, I am buying that at the moment. So Nick, shout out to you. WrestleBuzz, Doc Holiday, thank you, my friends. Really appreciate the support. Long Beach Hippie said, I live right by Marathon Burger in Long Beach. It's owned by Black Sam and Snoop Dogg. This weekend, a new Snoop Dogg ice cream business came to Venice Beach. But the prices are effing outrageous. Ooh, that's interesting. Long Beach Hippie, shout out to you, my friends. Sean said, why did WWE not mention Roman was the first member of The Shield that beat CM Punk in 2014? That would have been a great callback. Roman is 2-0 against CM Punk. It's one of those things that you would expect Michael Cole might have just dropped in at some point on commentary. I don't know that really WWE are too worried about the fact that he's got a win over CM Punk. Like, historically, I mean, am I right in saying that match went down on Raw? I might remember actually CM Punk like stepping up to the different members and choosing which one to face, and then he chose Roman. So I don't know. It's one of those that could have been mentioned on commentary, but I think what they ended up doing was fantastic. I got to tell you, one of the big kind of thought processes that I've had since WrestleMania has really been about that main event on night 2. I just cannot decide if it's 5 stars or not, and I keep coming back to my thought that if it's 5 stars, you just know, and it just is. And the fact that I keep thinking about it probably is not a good sign. I think for me, the match starts a little slow. I think I could have took 5 minutes out of it. I think there's like a little bit where they go in the crowd, which I didn't need necessarily. The ring steps bit is not a problem, but people are asking, like, shouldn't that have been a DQ? I think the match would have benefited by not having the ring steps moment. Ref discretion, as we've said, so fine. It doesn't ruin anything. But these are the little niggles, and they're not really more than niggles, but these are just the little niggles. Take 5 minutes off. Little bit, faster. Near the start, it just got a little wishy-washy for me. It wasn't until like the end that I really found myself getting into it and really like, oh, that was good. Love that bit. That was good. But part of me goes, was there enough there, even with those tiny niggles, for it to just go, nah, it's 5 stars? I think Meltzer's going to give it 5. I really think he's going to give it 5. I think he's going to give it 5. He might go 4.75, and I'm kind of chewing over that. I said it unseen today. I really think CM Punk's entrance is my favorite WrestleMania entrance ever, and I didn't really express that at the time. because I was just too busy watching the whole match. But you do think about stuff after. And I think having that AFI song, which was his Ring of Honor theme, seeing all those flashbacks to when he was, you know, in the indies. I mean, there was pictures there from him as a kid, seemingly. I mean, like late 90s, early 2000s, like just starting out in wrestling. And then, of course, you go through, you see him and the pipe bomb. And I think they did an excellent job of communicating that this was the culmination of everything that he's done. Here's CM Punk throughout the years. Here's him coming back at Survivor Series. Here's him dropping the pipe bomb. Here's him, you know, in Ring of Honor. Here he is as a young kid with spiky hair. They show you all these pictures and footage from, you know, WWE. And you've got the AFI song playing, which was his theme in Ring of Honor, right, back in the day. And, you know, and then it keeps cutting back to him as he's walking and making his way to that stage. And it all ends, the music ends, just as he steps out onto the stage. So we actually see the culmination of everything. Everything has got CM Punk to this moment. And the flashbacks end, and he walks onto that stage. There's no music. There's no graphics. It is just him and the audience. And it's him arriving at WrestleMania. And it's him arriving at the main event of night 2. And it's him walking out on the biggest stage. There is no bigger stage in pro wrestling. And we got to see that moment. We took on like that journey. We then watch him walk out on the stage. And the camera goes around him. You see the audience. You get to see what he sees. And it's so well thought out. And he stands there. And then, of course, goes down. It's clobbering time. And then, you know, cult of personality hits, right? And then he just makes his way down the ramp. I think all of that is just incredible. I mean, to me, a lot of people will say Triple H on the throne with Charlotte, Sasha, Alexa is like one of the great entrances. But it does not carry the emotional depth or weight of what I've just said about that CM Punk entrance. Like, it does not carry anywhere near as much as what I saw from that CM Punk entrance. You know, an Undertaker entrance where it's slow and very theatrical. I mean, you know, with the people crawling, I mean, like, visually stunning, but it doesn't have the depth of what I just saw from the CM Punk entrance. I think it's my favorite entrance. I really cannot think of anything that because a lot of the other stuff that you compare it to is just great optics. It's great theatrics. This has more depth and meaning to it. I feel like I literally watched a person have their crowning moment. It's like watching Usain Bolt run that 100 meters and, you know, breaking a world record. Like, you are watching someone achieving their dreams. That's his dream. And we got to follow him as he walks out. And it was brilliant. It was fantastic. And all the other entrances are just theatrics, which does not carry the same weight. So I loved it. And I keep thinking about that. And that is a part of the match. If that's one of my, and maybe my favorite entrance ever, and the match is incredible, like, do you just go, it's 5 stars? Do you just give it the 5 stars and go, yeah, it's 5 stars? Even though after the match ended, it didn't feel that way to me. I didn't go, oh, that was 5 stars. Like, I always look for that. I've wrestled with it so much after that. I'm still confused. I think right now I'm 4.75. I think my honest answer is I'm 4.75, but I just keep thinking about it, and anyone that gives it 5 stars, I just go, yeah, I get it. If anyone gives it 4 stars or 4.25, I don't understand that. I don't get that. But, yeah. I'll be very interested to see what Dave Meltzer gives it. I think he's going to go 5. What's next for Punk, though? Do we see him main event in one more Mania, said Thomas. Well, I don't know. I think, like, it carries extra weight because that was obviously the first time, and there's no guarantee there'll be a next time. So I don't know. I think it's going to be harder and harder as time goes by. I don't think it's going to get easier for him to main event. I mean, he did main event night 1 last year. He main evented night 2 this year with Roman around, Oba being built up. Cody not in the main event of night 2 this year. Likely will get back there next year. Big rumors of Rock Roman. If we do get that, then there ain't no way he's main event in night 2. I think there's a chance for him to main event WrestleMania again, yes. Whether it's night 2, I just don't know. I really just don't know. I mean, it's took him his whole career to get this one. So, but look, he's in the running, isn't he? He's one of their biggest stars. And if he was to say to Triple H, like, just tell me what I need to do, I'll do whatever you need. But just give me that night 2 again before I retire. Just give it me one more time. I don't know. I loved what he said as well, though, on Raw. I mean, I think that added as well. The reaction of... Because I just said about how we saw him walk out on stage and how amazing it was, right? And going on that journey and seeing him walk out. And to think that he got that far... And then, of course, he has the match and he loses. But he's clever. He knows how the wrestling business works. It's not really about if you win or lose, because that's out of your hands. He can't really control that. The bookers control if he wins or loses. He can't control that. So, even Undertaker couldn't control when the streak ended. That was a Vince call. Vince made the decision. So even Undertaker, every time he went to WrestleMania, never knew if this was the year or not the streak would end. And so CM Punk knows that bit is out of his hands. He can't control who wins the match. But what he can control is the connection with the audience, being the best when the bell rings, being the best when someone gives you a microphone, and having that connection with the crowd as a result. If you are as good as CM Punk when it comes to wrestling, and you are undeniable on the microphone, I mean, he is undeniable on the microphone. You can be the biggest Punk hater, but I don't think too many people are listening to you if you're going to tell me that he can't cut a promo, right? He is incredible with a microphone in his hand. That's what he controls. And if you get all of that right, then there's a good chance you can find your way to the main event of WrestleMania. He didn't the first time. He got frustrated. He ended up leaving. But he came back. He trusted in Triple H. He came back. They did him right. He kept doing great work. Some of his greatest promos have been since he's been back. And, he's gone and got himself 2 WrestleMania main events. So I think he's going to be in the running, but it's been damn hard to get there. But I just love what he said on Raw, because he knows that his win was getting there. That entrance was his win. The fact that he was standing on that stage anyway. When the bell actually rings, that's out of his hands. So I don't think it's like a concern for him at all. Did I win? Did I lose? Not bothered, mate. I was there. And I think like that was great. I like how he came out and he was like, do you look at me as a loser? He said to Cody. He's like, that's okay. I'm guessing some probably do as well, but I don't feel like a loser, right? It just was not my night. And that's true, isn't it? It was out of his hands. Another day, they might have decided it would be his night. Next time, they might decide it is going to be his night. So I love that mentality of it just wasn't my night. But I still proved that I'm the best in the world, because he still went out there and had one of the greatest WrestleMania matches of all time. And it's not just me saying it. I mean, Dave Meltzer is saying it. One of the greatest WrestleMania matches of all time. So it's going to be a big score from Dave. I don't know if he goes 4.75, because Shawn Undertaker's one of the best WrestleMania matches of all time, and he gave that 4.75. But I think he goes 5. I think he goes 5. I think he'll give it 5. Not that it matters, it's not like his opinion is the only opinion that matters, but you know what people are like. When those ratings come out, people will want to know what Dave gave it, right? And because people want to know, that gives it a bit more importance. So I don't know when they come out, but I'll be interested to see what he does give it. Days with more call-ups happening on Friday. What's going to be next for NXT? Will we get some New Japan guys and Evolve stars coming through? Who is ready? Well, I said earlier, I think they need just a little bit of support at the top of the cards. The New Japan guys would be a great addition because Takahashi and Evil have got so much experience. I mean, they would boost the top of the cards. I mean, if they come to NXT, they're at the top of the card. So, I mean, they would be fantastically welcome. So, yes, it would be good to get them in soon. I think Mike Santana is a top of the card talent. He could win the NXT championship next week and no one would bat an eyelid. Leon Slater is someone that could win the NXT championship, and I don't think too many people would be surprised. He doesn't feel like he's that far behind where Javon is, if even behind. I don't even know if anyone would say he's behind. I mean, his in-ring work seems to be just as good as Javon's, and Javon is off at WrestleMania. So, Leon Slater, Mike Santana, those kind of people, Evil, Takahashi, Vikingo. I mean, Vikingo's competed in AEW. He's obviously one of the biggest stars over in AAA. I think he absolutely could come in and be at the top of the cards. I think, obviously you've got Tony, and Tony can work with some of that emerging talent. So, Tony D'Angelo is obviously going to be sticking around. He can work with various people like a Keanu Carver, who maybe is not quite ready to have that NXT championship and, be the guy. But I think they will try and move quite quick with him. Obviously, they're going to keep building up Josh Briggs. They're going to keep building up Jasper Troy. I mean, we've got talent that we need to keep investing in, right? I mean, the comment, I think, was it Sweet and Sassy earlier that said we need to make sure that we don't just bury the emerging NXT talent. And I agree with that. I mean, you do need to make sure that they're still being developed and that they're still being used and they're still being showcased. There's no point flooding NXT with all this experience and then that talent that's trying to get through, like Keanu Carver, like Sean Legacy, like EK Prosper. It's just struggling because there's just too many people ahead of them. So you just need a little, I think it's just a little support. Just a little support, just to make that top end of the cards a little bit strengthened. Because not everyone can go up against Tony. They're going to have to go up against other people. Andre Chase just seems dead in the water. I don't know what the hell's happening there. I mean, Andre Chase has been in developmental so long. I mean, he should be at the top of the cards. He should be someone that's right up there. Josh Briggs should be someone that's right up there. And maybe he will be. But they just haven't seemed to have a great deal of confidence in him. They haven't seemed to have a great deal of confidence in Andre Chase. So there's a couple of people there that just, I don't know, I don't know what we're doing. I don't know what we're doing with them. Certainly Andre Chase just seems lost to me. So yes, there's obviously like Lexis King that's, emerging. Charlie Dempsey, they're trying to bring through. Myles Borne, they've pulled the trigger with. Stacks is around. So, we can do something there. So we've got people, but it's like, are these people that you can put at the top of the cards and are going to shift tickets and are going to drive views and, are going to be, because it is developmental, but equally we do try to do, bigger shows. We are trying to sell out Madison Square Garden, the theatre. We do try to kind of put on, big stand and delivers and whatnot. Like, I feel like we need a bit of experience. We need a little bit of support. So it'll be interesting to see kind of where that comes from and how they structure it. And I think it's going to be a bit bumpy, but for the next little period, but we'll get through that. And, fast forward a couple of months, I think we'll be all right. because the thing with NXT is there's just constantly wave after wave of sort of talent that are emerging. I mean, if you watch Evolve, you kind of know who the next people are that are coming through. We've seen that Star Boy that only just arrived, and he looks fantastic. Jack Cartwheel is over in AAA. Picked up an injury at the weekend, actually, Jack Cartwheel. So I don't know what's happening with him at the moment, but he looks fantastic as well. Cappuccino Jones, certainly no slouch. You could put Cappuccino Jones in the ring and he'll give you a good performance. Obviously, they're working with Aaron Rourke as the Evolve champion at the moment, so clearly they see something with Aaron Rourke. I like Sam Holloway. We don't really see loads of him. I'd like to see a bit more of him in Evolve. I like It's Gall as well. He's pretty fun. I like him. Again, I don't think we've even scratched the surface with him yet. I think he's a bit of a show-off comedy character. Loves himself kind of a guy, right? And thinks he's amazing and thinks he's like a stud and loves to like work out. I like him. He looks like he's just walked off the pages of Grand Theft Auto Vice City. And I kind of like his vibe, but again, we haven't done loads with him. There's people around, there's bodies around, there's people you can do stuff with. We got big guys, like, as we said, Keanu, Carver, Jasper Troy, Josh Briggs. Josh Briggs is huge. Sam Holloway's no small guy. You've got people like Cam Hendricks that they seem to like, but I can't really get with, to be honest. He seems okay. We'll see kind of what comes of that, but yeah, not one that I'm like crazy about. But Starboy, he did a speed match not long ago, and there was a lot of people raving about his work. So yeah, we're not struggling with people, but let's see how it goes. Big Time said Daze, Tony built AEW around where the best wrestle, and they try to have like 100 bangers each week, but people have become a bit numb to it. Because you get so many. WWE rarely gives us bangers, and it makes it memorable. Well, I'd say the balance is probably not right, to be honest with you, because I don't think it's right that WWE give you so much throwaway, bland, skippable nothingness. There's a lot of stuff in WWE that's just, why have we got this? Why did we need this? There's a lot of stuff that's just, I don't need this. I mean, we were doing singles matches in the women's tag division just to kill weeks, just to kill a week. We're building towards a women's fatal four-way tag match. So, let's do, I don't know, Charlotte versus Alexa. And it was just, match didn't matter. Didn't matter who won. It was just nonsense, really. We didn't need it. I really think we could have done something much better with that time. And, a lot of the match scores that you've been scoring recently are like good 80-some%. It's hurting the shows. You're not giving people good reasons to tune in. So I think there is an argument that the matches can be fine. Yeah, that was good. There were some moments there that I enjoyed. Good 92, good 95, that kind of stuff. A great opening match and a great main event. Maybe the 3 matches in the middle are good. Lovely. Yeah, I'm fine with that. But I think if it's going to be match after match, that's going to be like good 85. And we've had some good 79s and stuff like this. Like, for me, the balance is not right. Like, they can't be delivering. You can't be delivering match quality that low. Even like, a night one match quality for WrestleMania was not that great. I mean, there was bits in there, but by and large, there's a lot of stuff at WrestleMania. I think people are like, on Cage Match, even the 3 middle matches on night 2 have got like 5 points out of 10. So I think you can make the argument of like AEW try to give you every match as a banger, and people now are a bit desensitized to it. I can understand that because it just becomes the norm, right? So I get that. But then equally, I would say in WWE, I don't think anyone would say that what they're doing is the right counter to that. I think they've gone too far the other way. But I get that you can't have every match as great. I think that's where that argument comes in. So maybe if the first match is great, the 3 middle matches are acceptable, as in like good 90, and then you have a really good main event, and you do that for Raw, do that for SmackDown. Hopefully at the PLEs, every match is great. Maybe that's like a nice balance, right? Maybe that is kind of, workable. But at the moment, there's not enough like top. People could make the argument, and I think it would be unfair to the ladder match actually, but people could make the argument that there was only one WrestleMania worthy match across the 2 days, and that was the night 2 main event. Everything else, Raw main event quality, but only Punk Roman would be I think the ladder match deserves that honor as well, though. And obviously Ober Brock, but that was like 4 minutes something. I mean, it wasn't even long enough to really warrant a score. In fact, on Cage Match, they don't even score it, because if it's under 5 minutes, they don't even give it a score. So I think you could maybe say 2 matches over the weekends were WrestleMania worthy. So I'd say there's a conversation to be had there, but I don't think they've got the balance right. Corey said some of the new call-ups into Evolve could go to NXT already, and that's been pretty encouraging. Rondo said they should make a stipulation where Fatu has to join the bloodline if he loses. Interesting. Well, we'll have to see what comes of that. Roman did say, I'm going to give you a week to think about it, because can you bring yourself to acknowledge me when you lose? So some people have took that as meaning that he will join the bloodline. I don't know if that's just a one-off acknowledging, or if it is like you're going to join the bloodline, fall in line. I don't think it means the second, to be honest, because he just said to the Usos they don't need to do that. He just said to the Usos, I want to get us back together. I miss us being, working together around each other. He sort of said, like, I don't mean you falling in line. So I don't think that's what he's saying to Jacob. I don't think he's saying to Jacob, you're going to have to join me. Because I don't think he's trying to form a heel. I don't think he's trying to be a heel. Which is also a little bit difficult when you're building towards a match with Jacob. Because if Roman's not a heel and Jacob's not a heel, you've got another face versus face dynamic. And again, is that good for Jacob? Because, I mean, Roman and the OTC and the aura of Roman is so big and so strong. He's got such loyal support. Is this a good situation for Jacob to go into a match with Roman where the bulk of the fans are surely going to be with Roman because they idolize Roman? There's people that just can't bring themselves to turn against Roman, root against Roman. So again, is that a good situation for Jacob to be in? I do find some of this booking at the moment very weird when it comes to the whole heel face kind of dynamics. We said before that like the Drew thing didn't feel quite right. And I think my big struggle with CM Punk Roman was because it was face versus face, and I didn't really have anyone to root for. If Roman won, fine. I mean, clearly they've got a plan, and obviously we found out he's going to be around in the summer more, and so you go, great, not down on that. Bloodline was a great time for WWE, so okay. And if Punk had won, great. I think his build and his promos and everything had been amongst the best out of anyone. And I think the effort he put into that main event was incredible. So I couldn't have done any more. So, like, for me, if he got the win, I'm pleased for you. You deserve it. So I suppose I said this the other day, like, because there wasn't a heel to really be rooting against, because there wasn't that desperation of, oh, please do it, Roman. Please do it, Punk. Because I didn't have that, I could just sit back and watch it unfold. That made me less involved. And I think that might have hurt my score. Again, it's not much, but maybe these are the margins that stop it being a 5 and take it to a 4.75. It really has been a real thinker, that one. It's really been just don't know. I'm really pleased we got that match. It's given me something much more positive to be thinking about rather than stupid Pat ruining night one, ruining wrestling. A Big Time said, Daze, at some point we need to be serious about who can be legitimate stars. Jackson, Drake, Cappuccino, Legacy, Elia LaFleur. I see something with Cartwheel, Rourke, Starboy. The business is cooked. The business is cooked. I think we're fine. I think there's so much that's coming through, and you got to remember that just because you've got people that are like, you know, talented, that can do some stuff in the ring, you got to find the right packaging for them, the right presentation for them. If you can find that right presentation, the right music, the right gimmick, whatever it might be, who knows where you can end up? Who knows where they can get to? So I think when it comes to NXT, you're just watching these people develop and evolve and improve. And yeah, I think we've got big guys, small guys, athletic guys, flippy guys, bit of character work in there as well. Tatum Paxley is what I'm thinking in particular. And so I think that, like, we're okay. I think that, you know, we've just seen arguably, I saw a sign actually, arguably the best class in NXT history just got called up. The sign had Lash Legend, Trick Williams, Javon Evans, and Obafemi, and it said best class ever. So we might have just called up the best ever group of NXT talent we've ever seen. So obviously following that is going to be close to impossible, but let's just keep working on what we've got. I mean, where does Keanu Carver get to? Can Josh Briggs make it click? Can Tony D'Angelo just really dig into this new persona a touch more? Because at the moment it feels a bit shallow to me. I'm not quite buying it still, but it's still new. So what if Tony clicks with some really good title defenses? What if Keanu Carver can be that monster that we want? We've still got Thingy Holyfield's kids. You know, Evander Holyfield, Elijah Holyfield. He's in the system. He's a badass. He could be interesting when we get going with him. So, I mean, I don't think there's any panic in the Performance Center. I think this is the job. This is what you should be excited by. If you work at the PC, it's your goal to be developing people and helping them reach their full potential. And you're going to take wrong roads. You're going to go down, you know, paths you shouldn't go down. But as long as you've got the raw ingredients, you know, you've got those big guys, you've got the athletic guys, you've got the guys that can do the stuff that like Leon Slater can do. I mean, at some point we'll get Leon Slater. I mean, I'm sure his future is WWE. And I think at some point we'll get Mike Santana. And as I said, what if Josh Briggs clicks? What if Tony keeps developing this character? What if Holyfield comes in and makes an impact like Obermaids? What if Keanu Carver just keeps, you know, improving and gets better on the mic and puts on some better matches? Like, fast forward 6 months. Like, where are we? And then you got Starboy, who I think, you know, people were really impressed with, that's coming through. And we're about to get Takahashi joining, apparently. And Evil coming in, who are going to bring, like, this wealth of experience. Like, by the time we need to call up the next group, which won't be for a little bit because they 4 months ago took Ober and everyone. Now they're taking the next crop. I don't know if there'll be any more call-ups this year. Maybe they'll do the odd person at the end of the year. But perhaps NXT now can have a nice 6-7 months to just cook. You know what I mean? Maybe now they can just work on what needs working on, building people up. And then maybe the next raft of call-ups will be towards the end of the year, January again, as we sort of head towards the Rumble. And maybe we'll see, like, you know, that being so. Perhaps they can settle down. Once these people are gone, Friday we'll see some more go. But once they're gone, perhaps then we can really dig into what we've got. And yeah, I don't know. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling pretty good about it. I'm never really worried, to be honest, about NXT because I've been watching NXT since 2010. I mean, it's been going 16 years, and year after year after year, people have been called up from it, and we always just replenish and work on that next wave. And then, you know, that next wave goes up, and then we do the same again. Like every year, people have gone up, and every year we've had to replenish, and we've done that for 16 years. Kind of about 14 since it was its own brand, and it's been fine. It's been fine, and there's not really a reason to think it's not going to be now. I can't make the argument we're going to have a group go up as good as the one we just saw, because that was special with Trick and Oba. I mean, I've never, I don't know if I've ever seen anyone come out of NXT and make an impression like Oba has. Kevin Owens made a good splash, but I don't know that I've seen anyone kind of, you know, do what Oba just did. Like within the space of a few months, face Brock Lesnar at WrestleMania, and, you know, have people chanting and demanding that he goes for a world title. Roman Reigns had fans chanting, Oba's gonna kill you. That's what they were chanting to him on the post show. I mean, it's mind blowing, like that, how quickly that has all moved. So I can't make a claim that it'll be that level, but I don't think we should be expecting that level. But I think the next crop that'll come out will be good. Yeah, I think it'll be good. I think WWE needs some video packages for Ethan, for those that don't know or watch NXT. I think he could be great on the main roster, says Corey. Shining Wizard said, if I was lucky enough to work for WWE, I would definitely want to work at the PC. I'd love to be there. Yeah, I suppose anywhere, really. If I lived in America, I suppose I don't really have to. I mean, there are offices here in the UK, but I don't know. I don't know what you would do over here, to be honest. I suppose you would just kind of be planning for when they come over to do UK tours, or perhaps like a lot of the European tours are planned from the UK. I'd imagine their head offices here in the UK are, you know, probably doing a lot of the European tour scheduling and all that kind of stuff. So I suppose you'd just be involved in that if you worked here. But obviously the place to be would be in America at the headquarters. That's where all the video packages and graphics and financing, human resources, the warehouse, obviously, human, like just everything, like marketing, all the different departments that you would expect in a company. I mean, it's all based obviously in Connecticut. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, like the performance, it's such a big organization, isn't it? I mean, you've got the performance development side with Orlando, and then you've got Connecticut, and then there's the warehouse, as we said, and there's going to be the web team and the social media team. I mean, that's like obviously a massive department as well. There's just loads of different places that you could end up working. I mean, I'd imagine all in all, I don't know how many people they employ, actually. Sometimes it does list it on Wikipedia, doesn't it? Like how many employees they've got. I don't know if it might say on Wikipedia. I'm going to have a look. No, I can't see any numbers. Sometimes it says how many people they employ, but no numbers that I can see, unfortunately. I mean, it must be sizable. I suppose, like, though, the fact that they're under the TKO umbrella means that a lot of departments probably have to do UFC as well, and maybe bull riding, because that's also under the TKO umbrella. So you've probably got quite a few responsibilities. It's probably not just WWE. If you're doing finance for TKO, you're probably doing the wrestling, but also UFC and all that stuff. So, yeah, I suppose it's a bit different since TKO took over, you know. Big Time said, sometimes I look at the some point and get a good gauge. Women's division is solid. I can see some undersized guys, and I think, how are they going to get through the system? Well, I think they'll be okay. I mean, I think that WWE have always looked to have a bit of a mixed bag. So obviously you could go back to the 90s, look at Brett and Shawn, look at the 1, 2, 3 kids. Owen Hart was not the biggest. So, you know, I think not everyone needs to come out and be Oba or Trick. Not everyone is going to come through and be a main eventer. I mean, the truth is that you're going to have people that are going to fill out the roster, going to fill out the cards. You're going to have people that are going to live in the mid-card largely. And listen, the mid-card's a big place. It's not just the mid-card belts. It's not just the US and IC belt. You know, those are people that you can put into tag teams and make tag teams out of them. Those are people that you can just put into feuds. Those are people that you can put into factions. You know, that mid-card is quite a big place. The main top tier is quite small. That's where your Romans live and your CM Punks and your Codys, but the rest of it is, you know, you fill it out really. And so I think where you've got like smaller people, as long as they have got a good presentation and they've got like, you know, good characters and they are good on the mic and they can do good promos, good in-ring, you know, like Jack Cartwheel's not the biggest, but what he can do is amazing. Starboy's small, but what he can do is amazing. I suppose in a way it kind of goes back to that kind of cruiserweight type conversation, you know? I mean, the cruiserweights in WCW were a lot of people's favorite part of that show. Their cruiserweight division was, you know, world renowned. And if you think about TNA and their X division, I believe that's their equivalent. And I think with WWE, Vince was always largely just fixated on the bigger guys, but the smaller guys always found their way onto the show somehow. I mean, Eddie Guerrero was not big. Rey Mysterio's not big. But again, you know, their connection with the fans is undeniable. And then, of course, it takes us back to the conversation we keep having, which is, you know, Manny Pacquiao is small. Mayweather is small. Conor McGregor is small. Islam Makhachev is small. Like, these are not big guys, but they are massive, massive pay-per-view drivers for UFC and boxing. Massive. Canelo Alvarez is, you know, not a big guy. He's small. Like, there's a lot of people that are undersized or whatever that would be a lightweight or a middleweight. They're not heavyweights. You know, they're smaller in size, but people don't care. Like, skills are skills, aren't they? And, you know, Eddie Guerrero was small, but he's one of the most beloved superstars of all time. So I think, yeah, the whole size conversation is very interesting. I think it's harder being small, right? Because you've got to go toe-to-toe if you want to win the top title against a Roman Reigns or a Brock Lesnar. And it's just, you know, how are you going to do that? And it's hard. It's really, really hard. So I think anyone that says size doesn't matter, history would tell us that's not true. Vince definitely leaned towards the bigger guys. But what I would say is, historically, it's not a barrier for you getting onto the main roster. It's also not a barrier for you to make a connection with the audience. And it's also not a barrier for you to get a world title. It's just harder. I think for Oba, it's going to come quite easy. I mean, it seems like a given, doesn't it? But for a star boy who's quite small, I mean, he's really going to have to impress. He's really going to have to get the crowd on his side. He's really going to have to sort of overcome some obstacles there, because WWE love that airport test. They love the airport test where if you walk in an airport, can you turn heads? Because if without wrestling, without having your ring gear on, without having the machine behind you, if you can get attention anyway, like you're so big and imposing that people turn around and can't help but go, did you see that guy? Blimey hell. If you can do that without the machine, can you imagine what can be achieved with the machine? And so they love the airport test. And obviously, if you're just an average size guy, you ain't passing no airport test. I ain't passing no airport test. So, you know, the machine then has to work harder. and there's no guarantee that you get over. So it's just harder. But there's still value to those people, and there's still much that can be achieved. So not a worry, not a concern. Just, just got to make sure that they're great on the promos, great in the ring, got the right presentation, and just see kind of where we go from there. And again, just a reminder, not everyone has to go into that main event scene. We need those mid-carders. We need those people that are going to fill out the roster. That's, people are going to... I mean, Danhausen is not going to main event. Danhausen, you could say, is undersized. He's not big or jacked. But look at the impact. I mean, look at that. I bet there's plenty of promotions that have sort of not seen the true value of Danhausen. I mean, you could make the argument AEW did not see the true value of Danhausen, because I don't know that they got behind him like WWE have. And WWE have got behind him, and it's just flipping gone to the moon, hasn't it? He's shifting so much merch and having like one of the best WrestleMania moments. So you get out what you put in. If you give these people opportunity, they will repay it. Or some will. Doc Holliday said, I wonder if Saints just stays a touch longer for a Zilla matchup when he attacked him a while back, says Doc Holliday. I don't think that was meant to be anything. I think it was just a way of just creating a bit of noise. I think it was actually mostly beneficial for Reality of Wrestling, because I believe it went down on Reality of Wrestling. And I think it was just a way of making a little bit of noise for them as a promotion. I'm not sure that it was meant to be this is a feud that's going to happen. Zilla's coming after Ricky and all that stuff. It might have just been a way of making a bit of noise and getting word out there for Reality of Wrestling. So I don't know. There's been no word of Zilla coming in. I would bring him in, but I don't know that he's on his way, and I'm not sure if we're going to be doing a feud with Ricky. I could see Ricky going up and there not being any sort of Zilla moment or whatever. Not unless Zilla finds his way to the main roster in the future, which I think he could. He's obviously putting the work in, and it's obviously what he wants. I mean, if you work hard and improve and keep working on your promos, keep working in ring, keep working on your presentation, make yourself undeniable, then, certainly because he's in that family as well, doors should open. I think he makes it eventually. I think it's been a bit of a rocky road, but I think he makes it eventually. Josh says, I'm calling it right now. Here we go. Josh is calling it. Callie Armstrong is going to be a multiple-time world champion. I think she could be the female face of WWE. I like her a lot. Actually, the very first episode of Evolve, we were talking about who stood out, and we were talking about Callie. The very first Evolve match is Kendall Gray and Carly Bright versus Callie Armstrong and someone. And I can't remember who that person was. It was a tag match. And I remember being like, who stood out from that episode? And we were like, I think it's Callie. Which is crazy, because look at what Kendall's gone on to achieve. I mean, Kendall was good in the ring, but Callie was not only good in the ring, but she was showing that personality as well. She was trash talking down the camera as during the match, and she clearly had stuff to say. So not only was she hitting the ropes hard and doing these big eye-catching power moves and looking good, but she was talking down the camera and having stuff to say, and she seems like she's going to be a hell of a player. Yeah, I completely agree. So very excited for her. She's going to be a fantastic addition to that women's division on NXT. And main roster bound, I completely agree. WrestleMania, women's championships. Yep, Josh, I'm with you. Q Dancer said Pat disagrees. Well, I don't know what he thinks anymore. Pat turned around and said, oh, no, changed my mind. Turns out the business doesn't need saving. Turns out Cody's fine, actually. Yeah, no, he really showed me some at the weekend. So, yeah, no, forget what I said. Sorry about that. Yeah, no, changed my mind. So that's what he's been saying on his show the past few days. And I don't need words, do I, actually? On this occasion, I don't need words. You can see for yourselves how stupid this was. Nonsensical, nonsense, rubbish. I'm going to stop because I said I don't need words, and then I've started saying words, but it just winds me up so much. It is... I think it might be the worst thing I've seen WWE do from a storyline point of view. I think it's the thing that's annoyed me the most ever. They've done other bad stories before, but I don't know that things like Katie Vick, you know, they didn't go on to ruin a Mania main event. Like, this completely damaged night one. It completely upset my excitement for Mania. I mean, I was really into Cody and Randy, and you know, we were looking forward to that, and then it just completely got derailed. And I think, honestly, we sort of like limped our way into WrestleMania. We sort of were like, here we go. I hope it's good. And, you know, we got night one that we got, and he was a large part in night one being received the way that it was received. I think impact-wise, the impact that it had, it was bad. It was so bad. I'm really trying to think. I mean, WrestleMania is the biggest stage, and the main event of a WrestleMania is the biggest match, and it got derailed by his involvement. And I'm trying to think if they've done that before. I'm really trying to go back through all the Manias, and I'm trying to think, like, did they do anything? I mean, I wasn't really bothered by Lawrence Taylor. I mean, like, Lawrence Taylor, when he main evented, that didn't bother me. I didn't care about the match, but I was young, so to me it was like, whatever. Do you know what I mean? I was not sat there going, why are they doing this? I mean, that was just not the thought process. I wasn't bothered by it. I didn't care. I was just like excited for WrestleMania, so okay, but whatever. I didn't know him. I didn't care about him. I was not rooting for him, in fact, I wanted Bam Bam to win because I knew Bam Bam. I didn't know Lawrence Taylor. I didn't know who he was. So I remember that, and I remember, like, if that went down now, I'd be very critical about that. Lawrence Taylor being in the main event of I'd be very critical about it. But back then I was just young, so I don't know. Perhaps that's like comparable, but because of when it happened, I was just not in the same headspace that I'm in now. So I don't know, man. I mean, it's bad. Again, reminder, I said I didn't have words for it, but it turns out I lied. Foxy Light said, this is where charisma really comes in. Oh, yeah. Worth its weight in gold in wrestling, of course. So being charismatic and, you know, being able to kind of get on a microphone and get that personality across and, you know, really kind of grab attention. Yeah, worth its weight in gold. Yeah, certainly in the wrestling world. It's performance, isn't it? That's what this is. You're a performer at the end of the day. I mean, it's hard to be a performer if you're just two-dimensional and very bland and haven't really got much to say, and you're not haven't got much of a personality. Like, I think wrestling is always for those that want to peacock, you know, want to really show off, have got something to say, want the world to be watching them. Those people are people that tend to shine. People that are, you know, willing to make themselves look stupid, willing to, you know, kind of face that criticism. They're not worried about creating noise, and they're not worried about what noise comes back to them, because they just want the attention, you know? They just want to do this. They just want to be part of this. Yeah, charisma, so important. You could make the argument it's number one, but that would be heavily debated. But it's very important. Edward said, are we doing the Grande thing on May 30th? You've got to pencil it in after Saturday night's main event. Well, I don't have anything penciled in. I mean, I'll be surprised if we don't do it, because that's obviously a massive match. So what I can tell you is I am interested. But no, I mean, coming out of WrestleMania, I am... obviously, just my focus right now is I need to sort Wrestle Feud tomorrow. I need to figure out who's competing in it, because I think Sean's in it, and I've got some question marks. So I haven't had a chance to look at it, because obviously we've been so busy. So I need to sort tomorrow and Wrestle Feuds, and I need to sort the game out for Friday, and I need to do stuff like that. So that's where my focus is. Worrying about what's happening on May 30th is so not on the agenda that I can't even begin to tell you how not on the agenda it is. So for me, like, am I interested in mask versus mask? Of course I am. How the schedule of that day is going to go, no idea whatsoever. Doc Holiday said Sammy needs to study Jericho when it comes to character reaction. Cody as well. You don't need to turn heel, but you do need to be creative, says Doc Holiday. Interesting. Yeah, interesting. I think that would be... It's interesting. There is a blandness, isn't there, to both of them. You're right. That's, just coming out going, what do you want to talk about? And then just cutting a bit of a fiery promo, but doing that time after time after time after time. Like, yeah. Creatively, they do seem very stale and redundant, and have felt that way for a long time. Certainly Cody. I think you can say Sammy as well. Sammy did introduce the open challenges, though, which worked for him. I mean, actually, end of last year, we were in a good place. He was doing open challenges, and people were loving them. The thing is, he ended up giving that to Ilya. Ilya then gave it to Carmelo. Sammy then came back and got the belt from Carmelo and ended up going to Mania. Why they did that to Sammy, I don't know. I can only imagine that they were okay with Sammy losing to Trick and they didn't want Carmelo to lose to Trick, or they felt that Trick and Carmelo further down the road is better. Let's not do it at Mania. And maybe they thought that, like, the experience of Sammy would help as well. So perhaps there were some reasons, but it was bad. It was not good, and it has just really hurt Sammy's relationship with the audience, because it feels like he's come in and took a WrestleMania spot away from Carmelo, and I got to tell you, man, I don't think the fans are going to forgive that. He might have lost the belt, but I don't think the fans are going to be like, okay, we're past WrestleMania, he's not champion anymore. Sammy, we forgive you. There's not a reason for them to stop booing him. You're going to have to give them a reason for them to stop booing him. I think those boos are going to continue. So it's crazy as well, because I really thought there might have been some up with Carmelo. I really thought Carmelo might have been nursing some secret injury or something. He kind of hinted at something, or they had him hint at something on the show. But in recent interviews, he's not been making out he's injured. It just looks like he missed out. I'd love to know what's happened there. I would love to know what's happened there. I'd love to know why they think that was a good call. Having him do all these open challenges and carry that belt and really be the best part of SmackDown for a long time. And then we get to WrestleMania and he doesn't make it. I got to tell you, man, the boos that Sammy is getting, they need to be not given to Sammy. They need to be directed into a box. Then we parcel the box up and tape it, right? Put WWE Creative on it, and we all just send our anger trapped in a box towards WWE Creative, because they're the ones that decided to take the belt off Carmelo and put it on Sammy that close to WrestleMania. Sammy ain't backstage booking this, is he? He ain't the one that's like, you know, it'd be really good if I go to WrestleMania instead of Carmelo. But of course, there's no one from Creative for people to boo, so it has to go to Sammy instead. So I feel for him. So not only did that happen, which is a position I would guess, because he's a nice guy. He strikes me as a really nice guy. So I bet that's a position he didn't want to be in. So not only has that happened, not only did then we have this whole gingerbread thing where there was a diss track, someone dressed as a gingerbread man, shirts of Sammy head on a gingerbread being released as merch. Not only has he had to go through all that, he flipping lost at WrestleMania. So he takes an L and he loses the title. And now, after Mania, he's still going to get booed. I mean, it is about as bad as it gets, short of getting released. Do you know what I mean? Oh, it's bad. It's really bad. It's really bad. So, yes, we're going to have to... I don't know what he's going to do. I don't know how he bounces back from this. I'd imagine that he's just asking that question himself. And I'd imagine he's going up to Triple H asking him what they do, and he'll be like, we'll fix it. Have you got any confidence in that? Because I haven't. So it might have to be a heel turn. Maybe just turn him heel and we just explore that. And we'll see what that looks like. But we've seen Sammy as a heel before. And I don't know. I don't know that that's the best use of Sammy. I think Sammy as the plucky underdog, that's normally the best way to use him, but it don't work if the crowd aren't with him. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see what they cook up, but it's hard to have confidence in creative, isn't it? Jacob said, yeah, it's not Sammy's fault. WWE Creative has just been failing everyone. But there's no one to boo from creative, is there? So, you know, Sammy gets it, and, well, I understand that. I would imagine Sammy understands it. I know he goes to the ring and he's like, guys, I don't know what I've done wrong here. I don't think that helps particularly. I don't think that helps kind of going, what did I do? It's like, you know, you prevented Carmelo from going to WrestleMania after he'd done so much work. But, I mean, Sammy is trying to win championships and trying to win matches. He competed against Carmelo and he won the match. So I suppose in Sammy's mind is like, I just did what I'm here to do. That's, you know, try and win championships, try and get to WrestleMania myself. But the thing is that Carmelo had done so much work and had been the best part of SmackDown and had put on banger after banger after banger, that if you're going to take that away from the fans, and if you're going to take Carmelo away from the WrestleMania stage that he clearly belonged on, then you're going to get the reactions that you get, aren't you? So, don't know how they fix it. I'll have to wait and see. They need to have Sammy do some real devilish heel stuff, said Frankie. They need to capitulate and just make him a monster. Shining Wizard said Sammy addressed the fans' reaction and took it right out of kayfabe. That was a big no-no for me, said Shining Wizard. What, when he said about, I don't know what I did wrong, and I'm here for the real fans. He had ride or die on his knee pads. They showed that, didn't they, during the thing? He said that he was doing it for his ride or die fans. So, I mean, I agree. I think saying, all of you that have turned on me, I'm not doing this for you, I'm doing it for those fans that are still with me, that ain't winning anyone back. Do you know what I mean? That's not gonna, that you ain't making friends that way, you know? So, yeah. Meltzer hasn't posted the ratings yet, said AB, but Cage Match has it about a 9. Most reviewers are in high 4s, so I think it's trending 4.55 once the Observer drops. AB, thank you. I'm at 4.75. My initial reaction, I think it's in the breakdown, is 4.5, 4.75, but I've settled on 4.75, and I've even found myself going, is it 5? Is it? And it bothers me because I want it to be 5, I think. But I have to be honest, don't I? And I finished that match. And I always say, when it's a 5-star match, you know, you just go, it's 5 stars. It's 5 stars. There's no doubt in my mind that's 5 stars. That's a 5-star match. And I did not have that. And it bugs me. Because Everyone loved it. There's people saying it's like one of the best WrestleMania main events ever. And when you think about that, not WrestleMania matches, but just WrestleMania main events, just the last match, you go, no. Yeah, it is. It is one of the best Mania main events ever. I mean, it blows the earlier main events away, doesn't it? I mean, this spoiler, it was better than Hogan King Kong Bundy from WrestleMania 2. It was a better match than Hogan Andre. Might not have been as big of a spectacle. I mean, let's not get carried away. I'm not saying it's a bigger moment than the face-to-face or a bigger moment than when he slams Andre, but just from a technical in-ring point of view, I think everyone can see it's a better match. But in regards to like going through all the Manias, you go, yeah, do you know what? It actually is. It is one of the best main events. Maybe not the best. You got WrestleMania 17. You got WrestleMania 20, which is actually really fondly remembered. 26 with Shawn and Undertaker, of course. 40, which is mind-blowing with The Rock coming down. But actually, like two people, ding, ding, off we go. Half an hour later, oh my God, that's amazing. It's brilliant. It's absolutely fantastic. So it's honestly, I'm very grateful for the match, actually, because we needed that match, because WrestleMania did not have much that felt like it was Mania worthy. We got it, and we got it as the last match, so it was the final thing we had. It was also the thing I've chewed over the most. I've not been sat here thinking about how wrestling is ruined and how TKO is ruined WrestleMania. I've been sat here going, was Punk Roman 5-star? Just sort of benchmarking it against stuff and sort of analysing different aspects of it. And, you know, kind of, as you said, on Cage Match, it's got a 9 rating at the moment, which does put it a touch below some other matches. Like Shawn Undertaker was 9.6, so it's below that, and Meltzer gave that match 4 3/4. So yeah, it's I've enjoyed it, actually. I've enjoyed chewing it over and thinking about it. It's been really enjoyable. I'd like to personally thank CM Punk and Roman Reigns for giving me wrestling and a wrestling match to think about, rather than where's this going, where's that going, you know, why have they done this, what the hell's Pat saying, blah blah blah, all of that stuff which we talk about all the time, but rarely do we actually chew over a wrestling match. And I've really enjoyed sort of doing that. So CM Punk, you're a real one. Yeah, I didn't know that you could go up in my estimation, but you have. And Roman Reigns as well. Brilliant. Okay, we are underway with NXT. Let's see what this wonderful promotion can give us, because we've got a casket match, and I am so here for that. It's a big casket as well. I think we're all expecting Vanity Project to end up in that thing. It's flipping huge. I'm expecting Blake Monroe and Shiloh Hill to get Jackson Drake and flipping everyone in that thing. Foxy Light said, I think my problem is that Roman makes it look easy performance-wise. I love Punk's intensity. It looked like he gave everything. I didn't really feel that from Roman, said Foxy Light. I think that's fair. I think that's very fair. I've seen other people saying similar. I think that's very fair, yeah. But I think about those moments where they were kind of trading blows back and forth, and those moments where they were both lay on the mat and we had that aerial shot and they were both down and they were both selling and they both were given a lot. I mean, I think the thing is we've seen a lot of Roman in those big matches, and it didn't really feel much different to Roman matches we've seen before, but this felt a bit different from Punk. This felt like he gave everything, as you said, you know? But then saying that, he fell short and lost as a result. It might have been more disappointing if, like, Roman had given everything and then he had to be the one that had to convince us that there was nothing left in the tank. Don't know. It's good. It's a good one to chew over. We are underway with NXT. And we got Myles, Borne. Have we got commentators? I haven't had any commentators yet, but sometimes... Oh, there they are. There you are. Myles, Borne is coming out. He's going to be in action. I can't remember who he's facing. Is it Dion? Preparation is the only look that you're going to have in this business or in life. Okay, Myles, Borne making his way down to the ring. If Blake loses, does that mean she shows up in SmackDown? Said for Beach Kevin. Well, there's a chance. There's definitely a chance. So, yeah, I think there is a chance of that. I think she's losing. I think you're correct. I think there is a chance she shows up. Here's Dark States. Does anyone know if I can watch NXT live on Tubi, said Jacob. I don't think so. I think they've got older episodes there, but I don't think they show newer episodes there. I believe in America it's CW. Here in internationally and certainly in the UK it's on Netflix. But there are NXT episodes on Tubi, but I think they're just older ones. I don't know if they go up like a week or two after. Dion Lennox is someone we didn't mention. He's got a good look. He looks good. Dion Lennox looks good. This could be a good match, actually. This could be a good match. Bella's sounded. We're about to get underway. NXT Revenge. Mike Rome is doing announcing duties. So it is Dion versus Myles. He looks a little bit like Ricky Saints at times. Dion Lennox. There ain't nobody safe, says Dion. Holds up that North American Championship. Myles, Borne. I'm expecting Myles to retain. Suzanne said he doesn't need the rest of Dark State there. Let's go. Myles is the champ by the crowds. Matteo said, could we see Saquon interfere and interrupt? Well, we could do. They've been teasing him leaving Dark State, haven't they? So, could it be that he interrupts and it leads to a feud between Dion and Saquon? That way Myles can continue. Yeah, I'd say that's on the table. Over in the corner, shoulder being driven in there by Dion. We are underway. Clothesline there by Myles. Dion goes down. Drop kick there by Myles. Myles in control in the early stages. Shots coming in. Again, he has got Dion over against the ropes. Over the other side. Big boot, no joy. Myles throwing in a right hand. Back elbow. He's got lovely. That's great work. 1, 2. Kick out. Kick out. Myles is backing over to the corner. Dion is coming over. Kick to the midsection there by Myles. Good suplex. Fisherman suplex. Dion's got a great spine buster, said Foxy Light. Suzanne said the rest of Dark State should be barred from ringside. I do agree with that. Dark State should disband forever, said Robbie. They've been mid since day one. Carr said, do we think we should do more pay-per-views in Europe? I remember there was one in Ireland, but it got cancelled due to COVID. I think it's a balance. I mean, WWE is a global brand, and obviously the bulk of their fan base is in America. So I think it's a balance. I think what you want to do is make sure Europe gets something, but obviously you want to give the lion's share to America. Saudi, of course, has to have a couple of shows because they pay for those shows. And then also you do want to try and go to some new places. I mean, I don't know about you, but I would love it if we went to Africa, or if we go to Japan and do a pay-per-view, or, you know, we go to Chile or Brazil, or, do you know what I mean? Like, let's go to somewhere new. So I think it's a balance. That's good work there by Myles. Crashes to the outsides. Back in the ring goes Dion, and Dark State are surrounding Myles. Referee having a words. Myles is getting a bit distracted here, and Dion with a clothesline. Myles goes down to the outside. Referee watch him. Dion going through the ropes, and they are just a problem, and they are an unnecessary distraction, and the referee should get rid of them. I mean, they're not going to have managers' licenses, but I mean, this is part of wrestling that wrestling just doesn't want to tidy up, because obviously it allows distractions, outside interference, and it's so easy to fix, though, isn't it? If you haven't got a manager's license, then you're not at ringsides. But that would obviously change quite a bit about wrestling. We often see, you know, if, say, Charlotte is wrestling, Alexa will stay at ringside. If Lyra's wrestling, Bailey will stay at ringside. Like, it happens a lot. Judgment Day, there's Judgment Day at ringside. So if you was to make that change, enforce that rule, it would actually it'd have big repercussions. So wrestling could do it, but it doesn't want to do it. Right now, Dion picks up Myles. And backbreaker there by Dion. 1, 2. No joy. Kick out. The UK doesn't need a tour or a PLE. They get everything on Netflix, and that's enough, says Glockness. Take that. Take that, UK. Kick out again. Pi said it's not global. I've never seen them in Africa. Well, it's global in the sense of they go all over the globe. They might not have been to every country or every continent, but they compete all over the globe. I mean, they've done house show tours in Japan. They have obviously done super showdowns and things in Australia. We did a Crown Jewel in Australia not long ago. We're in America. We do stuff in Canada. They've got a tour. They've just announced, actually, again, house shows, but they're going to be in Chile. They're going to be in Colombia. They're going to be like around South America. Obviously, they're very active in Europe. But yeah, I mean, we're not saying they go to every single country or even every continent, because, as you say, Africa definitely has not been served. But they're all over the globe. They are very much looking to expand, and we're seeing them go into new places all the time. So TKO, I think they really do want to try and get out there. We see that a lot with UFC. They do seem to be a company that looks internationally. Dark State just getting involved there. We're at commercial break right now. Dark State coming round and throwing in some kicks on Myles Borne. Referee was being distracted by Dion. And right now we've got a pin there by Dion. Myles Borne gets his shoulder up. Would they go to Japan and Africa, says Pi. They've been to Japan. Back in 2015, they did a show called Beast in the East. But when they did Crown Jewel in Australia, they did some Japanese live events. Africa, I think they've been to, but not for a long, long time. Not for a long, long time. But I'm sure they've done a show in Nigeria. But I mean, with Ober around, they could absolutely be heading back there. And I don't know. I mean, like, it's something that they can do. There's not been a word about them going there or even looking to go there. There's been rumors of Japan getting like a big show to the outside, but we'll have to see. They're kind of working on these things behind the scenes all the time. Myles on the outside, Dion in control. We're back from commercial break now. We're 12 minutes into NXT. Who That Saint said they've not been South Africa, but years ago they did Africa. Yep. Big boot there by Dion as Myles moves out the way. Shot coming in there by Myles. And again, Dion over by the steps. Myles! Smashed onto the ring steps. So Dion driving Myles down. Referee having a words. Here we go. 1, 2. So maybe a little ref discretion. I'd say that's different because the stairs were there. He picked up Myles, slammed him on the stairs. I think that's a little different to actually using the stairs and smashing it in someone's face. But it just goes back to that grey area, you know. I think there's still ref discretion that gets used here. Forearm shot coming in there by Myles. Shot coming back to the midsection. Oh, I'll tell you what, those shots look fantastic by Dion. Shot to the midsection and bang upstairs. Oh, off the ropes. Driving Myles down to kick out by Myles. I think that looks so good. That probably should have put him away, actually. There was a beautiful right hand to the midsection. Beautiful right hand upstairs. Then he bounces him off the ropes. Drives him down in like a power bomb. And, it was really nice. Myles Borne kicks out of it all, though. Backs over into the corner. Back elbow there by Myles. Big boot coming in by Myles. He's going for a DDT. DDT. Myles is trying to get over to the ropes. Got Dion over the other sides. Clothesline. Dion goes down. And again. Uppercut coming in. He's looking to backbreaker. Dion goes down. Said this match would be good, and I think they've really got to a nice place. The crowd are making noise. Looking for a cover. 1, 2, Myles. Shoulder up there by Dion. Nice pace. Myles going to the outside. Dion still down. Myles climbing up. Saquon again getting involved. Yeah, I don't know, man. I get ref discretion, but the ref's not even reffing, really. I mean, he just jumped up and got involved. Like, how's Myles meant to deal with all of this? Because, like, I've got to give this ref credit, and anything goes here. But that's not the match, Booker. It's not an anything goes match. There's a championship on the line here, I believe. This is for the title. Myles preventing Dion. Shot coming in there by Dion. They're both down on their knees, throwing in shots on each other. Another shot coming back. Over against the ropes. Dion coming in. Another big right hand. Right, coming back. So I tell you, the striking looks really nice, man. I like the shots. Myles pops back up. Uppercut coming in there by Myles. And again. Yeah, this is great. This is better than a lot of the matches we saw at WrestleMania. This is better than Sammy Trick. This is a main event, says Booker. I mean, I don't think it is, but 16 minutes into NXT, but it's a really, really fun match. Right now, Saquon jumps up. Referee having a words. Cutler just grabbed the arm of... shot coming in. This is just stop the match. There's way too much outside interference here. This is just nonsense. I mean, look, Myles has got the win. Myles has got the win, but all the nonsense of Dark State constantly, like, trying to get involved and referee being like, no, stop it, go away. I mean, you've got to draw a line somewhere, and I think that ref just did an awful job. That's one of the worst ref displays I've seen. How many times is there going to have outside interference there? I mean, Myles gets the win. I've got to say, though, all of this does not make Dion look good, because Dion couldn't beat Myles even with all this help. So this outside interference, it's meant to be like, wow, look what Myles overcame. But actually, it makes Dion look a bit foolish, in my mind, because he couldn't get the job done even with all this help. Let's get a match score, though, because outside of the nonsense, there was a really fun match in there. Some really great action. I really like some of the striking. Here's Blake. You're the glamour. Baddie alerts. Blake says, you've given me everything I need. That's interesting, isn't it? So they were kind of like besotted with her, but now they're going off because there's another girl they're besotted with. I mean, it's not like a rift, but it does feel a little bit like they're now setting their sights elsewhere a little bit. They're not as like besotted with her as they have been. Myles' theme is so buns. The original one was a miles better, said Drixby. Change it back. Foxy Light said, I really like Vanity Project with Blake. They're a great combo. The Beach said, since this is Joe's last NXT, does that mean that he's going to lose? Well, not always. I mean, Oba was flipping champion, didn't he? He took on Leon Slater and didn't lose. That was his last match. He ended up vacating the belt. So you would expect it to be a case he would lose the championship and then go to the main roster. But he won as champion, just left the belt in the ring. So it doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to lose your last match. Same with Kendall Gray, actually, down in Evolve. She was champion. She had a championship match. Felt she was going to drop the belt. She didn't. She won. Vacated. So, I don't know. It's certainly not a guarantee that he loses his last match, but he could do. He absolutely could do. I'm almost 45, said Glockness. Vanity Project just doesn't impress me. WWE Time said the female stars on NXT have way more star power than the guys sometimes. Mad BD619 said, I'm not going to lie, Myles is just born to be a great champion regardless. Dean said, I enjoyed that match. It was very hard hitting. Christine said, I got my VPN working for NXT. Yes. Yes. Get over on Netflix. Start watching. You can watch Raw there, SmackDown there, the PLEs there. Since Vanity Project is busy, I volunteer my services to go in the coffin with Blake, said Robbie. Bryn said, I'm more excited for NXT than I am the main roster. It doesn't feel like TKO have got a hold of NXT. That's true, actually. That's true. It does feel like NXT has kind of been left alone by TKO. I am enjoying the show, but I am nervous because I'm starting a new job tomorrow, said Stone. Stone, don't worry about it, buds. When I worked in retail, I moved to different stores, so that meant that I had to go to like new places and meet new people. It was always fine. That first day as well, I mean, I don't know what you're doing, but you always tend to have like a bit of a training day, a bit of a, hey, welcome to the job, kind of ease you in, introduce you to a few people. It's pretty straightforward stuff. So I'd say just take it in your strides. It'll be fine. Every time I went to a new place, it was always absolutely fine. What made you a WWE fan, says Brett Tube? My cousin, actually. So I didn't know anything about wrestling, never seen it. And so I'd never encountered it on TV. And obviously back then, you know, in the early 90s, there was no widespread internet. There was no smartphones. Really, you watched movies and you saw what was on TV. And, you know, in our house, we had 4 channels, 5 channels towards the end of the 90s. BBC One, BBC Two, ITV, Channel 4, and then I think it was like 97, 98, Channel 5 came along. And those are the channels you get when you buy a TV set. Those are like, everyone has those channels. And then if you want to get like, you know, cable packages, whatever, then you can get more channels. And eventually we did get a cable package, but that gave you things like Nickelodeon and Cartoon Network and The Box, which was like music videos, and VH1, which was music videos, some news channels, and UK Gold, which just showed you like old UK shows, like sitcoms and stuff. There was still no wrestling that I ever encountered. I'm sure on one of those channels late at night there might have been something, but growing up I never saw anything. So I went round my nan and granddad's, and my cousin was there, and he showed me a videotape of it, and I was like, Survivor Series 92 is the first show I remember seeing, and yeah, I was hooked from then, really. And then it was like, what's this? Where do I find it? Where do I get more? And that was it then, on the radar. Okay, we got Robert Stone, we got Saquon. There's Shiloh and Tatum. He said he kept telling people he was meant to be in that battle royal, and it just worked. He's dug the hole for the casket. He has set them up on a date. Are we going to find out who they're on a date with? Here's Joe. So Shiloh's dug the hole for the casket. He's dug the grave. He has also set up vanity projects on a fake date. Okay, Joe Hendry making his way down to the ring. Really good opening match. Really enjoyed it. Fun little Shiloh Tatum segment there. Joe Hendry coming down now. He's going to be in action, and this could be his goodbye. Here's Booker. There it is. Where's Booker? I like when Booker jumps in and does the song. I believe it, Joe Hendry. He's not doing it. Do it, Booker. There it is. There it is. I think Vic eats candy at that point, you know. Genuinely, I think he's there, like boosting his sugar, like eating candy. He just lets Booker do whatever, have like a bit of fun during the entrance, and he's just there eating like his candy. What a commentary team. One's eating candy and the other one's like, oh yeah, man. Oh yeah, man. Okay, Keanu Carver is making his way down to the ring. Keanu Carver. Yeah, I mean, I don't see why you would give him a loss here, to be honest. Give him that sweet, sweet dub. Give him that sweet, sweet dub. You deserve it. Booker just sounds ridiculous, like an absolute dork, said Wrestle Rants. Oh, not a fan. Not a fan. Okay. Here we go. We are about to get underway. This is the only time I just can't stand Booker, said WrestleRants. Keanu, Carver. Yeah, he underway with Joe Hendry. Let's go. Christopher said, Daze, I believe Paxley is going to win the North American title. Blake Monroe is going to be put in a casket. Well, Tatum's already the North American champ. The belt that Blake's got is just like a replica, really. She's not the actual champion. She's just running around parading that championship, but it's not really hers. The Speed Funko Pop is one of the most popular items, apparently. I could understand that. He's got a lot of fans, hasn't he? So, yeah, apparently that's one of the most popular items on WWE Shop as Keanu Carver. He's throwing in some big shots there to Joe Hendry. Joe Hendry going down. Okay. Shining Wizard said, everyone says Hendry to Raw, but I thought they said that he was appearing on Raw, not coming in as a roster pick. He's on Raw next week. He's doing a concert next week, and I think Michael Cole said that he is the newest member of Raw. Okay, it was very close between good and great, but great just edged it. I mean, they both came out as 45%, but that must have been like 45.2. That was 45.1 or whatever. So it is great, but it's low-end great. I think the nonsense with Dark State kind of ruined it for some. So it's about as low-end great as you can get. It just scrapes in at great 50. Just scrapes in. There's some scraping going on. Okay, we have got Sol Ruca backstage as Keanu Carver is in control at the moment. Fans are applauding away. He said she travelled this morning. Carver is getting up. Joe Hendry charging over clothesline. Carver goes over the top to the outsides. Hendry in the ring. Carver to the outsides. And looks like we're going to commercial break. We might stay with it, though. When we're in the middle of the match, we tend to. When they're saying Joe wants to get back to the NXT Championship, but he's officially on the Raw roster, said Big Migs. There could be a little bit of cross wires, couldn't there? Cross communication. Keanu Carver is pulled out the ring there by Joe. Joe unloading. A couple of big shots coming in. We are at commercial break as Joe Hendry is hurled into the barricades. Joe Hendry down. Keanu Carver coming over. I hate it when you come too late, says Shining. No, same for Soul. Must be the last week, says the one. Christopher said, I love the respect that Roman showed CM Punk on social media, saying all BS aside, you put me over and made magic, said Christopher. Yeah, it was great. The wrestling fans have really responded well to that match. Joe Hendry into the ring steps. Right now, we've got Keanu Carver just chucking Joe Hendry around. Is very much in control. He looks good. I mean, I really like the look for Keanu Carver. I like the gear. He looks like a boxer. Big clubbing blow coming in. Another shot coming in again there by Keanu Carver. Picks him up. Hendry tries to roll up Carver. Carver kicking out. Takedown. Pin. Keanu Carver again manages to get out. There's a right hand that didn't look as good there by Keanu Carver. Hendry sold it. Kick coming in there by Joe. Net breaker. Keanu Carver goes down. Keanu Carver down. Net breaker by Joe Hendry. Swing and a miss there by... Oh, DDT. DDT by Keanu Carver and shoulder up. Shoulder up. Keanu Carver. Joe Hendry coming over. It's not grabbing me like the first match. It's not grabbing me like the first. But I suppose we're at commercial break at the moment. So we might be getting to some good stuff when we come back from that commercial break. Right now, shoulder into the midsection there by Keanu Carver. Right now, we got Hendry down to one knee. Keanu Carver very much in control right now. Joe Hendry's had his moment, but it's Carver that's enjoying some success right now, and the fans are applauding, trying to get behind Joe. Daze, read my comment, says Michael. What was your comment, Michael? Daze, I've been trying to tell you guys that Paul isn't calling shots on creative. In my opinion, TKO has for a while. Evidenced by TKO bringing Pat back for ticket sales. I think that it was TKO, but I think that was one of the only things that they got involved in. I don't think someone from TKO is booking all these shows, sitting there and, you know, mapping out Raws and SmackDowns. I mean, I just don't believe that. I think that when it comes to big shows like WrestleMania and SummerSlam when that's coming up, like last year when, you know, Ari Emanuel got The Rock involved, I mean, there is evidence of TKO sticking their noses in at times, but I don't think it's any more than that. I think, yes, Pat getting involved is an example. Rock getting involved last year would be an example. But I really don't think it's anything more than that. There ain't no way someone from TKO is booking Raws and SmackDowns. Right now we got Joe. Backbreaker selling as Keanu Carver is dominating. David said, do we think that there will be a draft? Well, I hope so. We need one. We need something. And, yeah, we've been waiting for ages, but there's not one rumoured. I can't tell you that there's any chatter that a draft is on the way. In fact, what's on the way is a lot of shows. So we've got, like, Saturday night's main event. We got Clash in Italy. We got Backlash. There's a lot of stuff that's on the way. So I don't know that they'll fit a draft in May. Might have to get to June or July. Right now, we got Joe Hendry going into the corner. Keanu Carver driving his shoulder into the ring post. Right now, we got a shot blocked there by Joe Hendry. Another shot coming in. Keanu Carver getting driven back. Duck underneath. Clothesline. Down goes Carver. Joe over against the ropes. Duck underneath again. Over the other side. Lariats. Down goes Carver. Joe Hendry doing well. Picks up the big man. Nice. Fall away slam. Kip up again. I've not heard one negative comment of Night 2 WrestleMania's main event. Not a single one. Punk Roman just flat out banged. Okay, he did just mow down Joe Hendry. This might be the beginning of the end here. Against the ropes. Picks him up. Slams him down. It didn't look the crispest, the cleanest. Oh, that was like a H-bomb there by Keanu Carver. And again. Some more shots coming in. Ground and pound. Referee might have to step in here. And he calls it. Keanu Carver gets it. Keanu Carver gets it. Bella's sounded. Keanu Carver, though, continues. He needs to be careful. Otherwise, the ref will reverse the decision. It's a ref stoppage. Joe Hendry is down in the middle of the ring after getting smashed in the side of the head repeatedly. It's Keanu Carver by ground and pound, which is sort of unique. Here we go. Really looking forward to this. I believe she's going to go by the name of Lizzie Rain. Next week. Oh, yes, mate. I'm here for that. I am so here for that. I'm really looking forward to seeing her in NXT. And, oh, yeah, let's go. I'm excited. I'm looking forward to it. I mean, I'll be the first to admit I don't know loads about her. I've seen clips that I really like the look of. She obviously came through one of those tryouts. She's obviously skipped, like, Evolve. An LFG and all of that. They've just signed her from a tryout, putting her straight on because they feel she's just ready for that level. And when you look at some of the clips of her, she's good. She brings it. She's got a nice pace, nice energy to her work. There's a gimmick that's there as well. You know, she's like into her metal music, heavy metal. I don't think there's much you can necessarily get from that vignette, but I'm just excited to get her in and get going. So she's making her debut next week, so that's a great reason to tune in next week. Guys, I think we're going to tune in next week so we can watch Lizzie Rain. On the indies, she was going by Rain Leverkusen, I believe, if you want to find clips of her. We're at adverts. Glotton said, I can't wait for Nikki Blackheart to debut. Another Hogan ad. Yes, another Hogan ad. Right, we're at commercial break. Where are we time-wise? 40 minutes into the show. Wait till you see Nikki Blackheart, says Big Migs. Well, again, someone that I don't know loads about, but I know there's lots of excitement for her as well, so I'll be looking forward to seeing her also. It's kind of exciting in a way, actually, when you don't see them in Evolve and you don't know loads about them, that you can sort of, you know, like, yes, I've heard about this person. I've seen some bits doing the rounds online. Let's go. So, you know, obviously when they come from Evolve, we've already got a good idea of who they are and what they bring. And that's exciting as well. I mean, don't get me wrong. It's exciting that Callie's on the way, but I know what I'm getting with Callie. When it's someone you just don't know about and you're just really looking forward to seeing, and like you've seen the buzz online and everything, like, yeah. Nikki Blackheart will be in that same bracket as well. Goods. Okay, get your scores in for match number 2. Let's have a look, see what people are saying about that second match. How did you feel about it? We are making our way through this show. Obviously, we've still got that casket match coming up. We've still got Soul Ruca ZARIA coming up as well. I think we're setting up for a pretty big second hour. Next, we've got EK Prosper against Lexis King. They're battling for that vacant speed title. Obviously, it was vacated by Elio LaFleur. So, right, I don't watch Evolve. It gives me something to look forward to when they arrive, says Opala. The good thing about watching Evolve, though, is that you can see that talent sort of working it out, and you can see some great matches as well. I mean, we were fortunate to watch some really good Kendall Gray matches and Callie matches before they arrive. So it's a mixed bag, really. Sometimes there's some stuff in there you're like, no, not feeling this. And there's some people there you're like, no, they haven't worked this out yet. And there might be like some promos that aren't landing or some matches that aren't, but then you can see some stuff that the community has been scoring as like great. I mean, for those that don't watch Evolve, some might think that it's all just like a bit of a waste of a time and it's not really worth tuning into, but there can be some really good action. I mean, Kendall Gray, who's tearing it up in NXT, she was tearing it up in Evolve. Callie Armstrong doing the exact same as well. What Jack Cartwheel is doing over in AAA, we saw him doing in Evolve as well. So we have been seeing some good stuff there as well. But yeah, it's definitely one of the positives to not watch Evolve is, you know, you get to kind of experience them for the first time. Okay, 50 odd seconds and we'll be back. Lexis and Lizzie would make a good couple, said Spawny Boy. Pi said Evolve's good. It's a bit like WWE's indie circuit. Callie is my boo. Sometimes the problem with NXT is that they bring through so many people, they can forget about them quite quickly. Jack Cartwheel, what's his partner? Is it Mikey Monkey Flip, said Weird Flex. It was actually Cappuccino Jones, which is also a pretty fun name in its own right. So, yeah, he's over in a vault. He's such a talent, though. He is so good. He was in a Fatal 4-Way on Triple A show recently, and he was just the talk of the town. But he's picked up an injury over WrestleMania weekend, and I don't know how bad that injury is and how long he's going to be out for. So we're gonna have to wait and see, unfortunately. Okay, EK Prosper is making his way down to the ring. EK Prosper, formerly Eli Knight. EK Prosper then. He's going to be against Lexis King. This is going to be for the title. So I think it's a 5-minute limit. EK Prosper. There we go. EK Prosper was on Evolve as well, says Pi. Yes. I love MJF. I think AEW is better than WWE. If it happens, NXT main roster. I don't know what you mean there, David. Hello, Casey. Hope you well. Jared, hello. Okay, we're underway with this speed match. So let's end this poll so we don't get confused. Okay, right now we got Lexis King against EK Prosper. Speed Championship on the line. Chop coming in there by EK. Good 93 for Joe Hendry versus Keanu Carver. Shot coming in there by Hendry. EK off that top rope. Standing drop kick, middle of the ring. Lexis King in the corner. EK charges over. Big kick coming in. Lexis King. Wobbling all over the place. Leg drop there by EK going for the cover. Just a 1 count. Just a 1 count. If MJF ever leaves, I'd love for him to go to NXT or the main roster. Got you. EK against the ropes. No joy. Trying to get under the rope as Lexis gets back in. Okay, shot coming in there by EK. Kick coming in. Stomp down. Nice work there by Lexis. Over the other side. Mate. Hard. 1, 2. Kick out. Kick out. Slap coming in. Shot coming back. Forearm shot. Another forearm shot coming back. These two exchanging blows back and forth. We got 3 minutes left to go. 3 minutes left to go. I think AEW overdoes it with the lengths of their matches. WWE doesn't pull them out enough on shows like Mania, said Zorts. 1, 2. Kick out there by Lexis. Why is the Speed Championship an NXT only thing, said RTX. I don't think it was well received, to be honest. I think even here it gets a few complaints. I don't mind it, to be honest, but I know there's a lot of people that just see it as like a waste of time, but I don't think it wastes that much time. The matches are only 3 minutes. This is 5. I suppose it's a bit longer with entrances and whatnot, but I find it quite inoffensive. But yeah, I don't really ever encounter anyone loving it or chomping at the bit for it to be on the main roster, so I think it's just a quirky little thing they do in NXT, and if they didn't do it here, it just wouldn't exist at all. Kick coming in there by EK as Lexis goes over to the corner. He looks to charge over and gets thrown by EK. EK is climbing up. Took too long. Oppola said, I love that black people are being brought up and used correctly. Javon, Oba, Trick Williams, Carmelo, Royce Keys, legends, and so many more. Just great that all people are being used well. Shots coming in by both on the outside of the ring. And again, big chop coming in there by Lexis. Right now, we got EK on the outside, and Lexis crashes onto the edge of the ring. EK going up to the outsides. Takes down all of Birthright as we're into the final minute. We got 50-odd seconds left on the clock. Okay, Ariana getting involved. Stacks tries to get involved. Super kick, big boot. He's going to get in, but is he going to get caught? He does. Super kick. EK goes down. Looking. Oh. 1, 2, 3. Bella's sounded. And it's a win for Lexis King. He manages to get it. Yeah, it's outside interference, isn't it? I mean, EK kind of brought it a bit on himself, though, by jumping down on them and riling them all up. It's probably the right move because EK can chase after that belt. If he needs that belt, he can also chase after the mid-card belts. Yeah, Grace getting involved. Obviously, the ref didn't see it. Just ran straight into that super kick. Coronation. It's like a swinging net breaker. Coronation. It's a win for Lexis King. Let's get a poll up, shall we? Okay. We're going to have a look at this girl that is on a date with. We know that Shiloh has set this up. She never showed. They're only over the road, though, aren't they? Bailey Humphries. What are we doing with that? What? Said Oppola? Yeah. Okay, well, casket match. Can we score that, said Shining Wizards? Not that bit, but you can score the speed match. Whether it needs to be. I don't bother when it's only 3 minutes, but when it's 5 minutes. Daze, if you could have one wrestler from the Indies who debuted in NXT or the main roster, who would it be? I don't really watch the Indies, buds, so I'm not the best person to ask. I mean, the one person that I've always enjoyed was Cara Noir, who competes in Progress, but it's got like a very theatrical entrance. And that was someone that I was always like, oh, I hope he makes it to WWE one day. But I don't watch enough Progress or Rev Pro or, you know, the Indies. I mean, I get my wrestling fill from WWE. So really, I hear of these people having tryouts, and then, you know, some get signed, some don't. And then when I hear that people have been signed, what tends to happen is people online obviously want to share clips about them and want to kind of, you know, get excited because they've been watching them. And so it just kind of gets onto my radar that way. So yeah, there's not really anyone I would campaign for, but Cara Noir's the one that I kind of always think about because really enjoyed watching some of his work when he was in Progress. No, he got injured and then had to step away, but I believe he kind of came back, and I think he's back now. Days, Bailey Humphries is LFG, a friend of Shiloh. Undertaker loves her, says Tracy. I know Bailey Humphries, yeah. I'm not sure why we presented her the way we just presented her. Why are you wearing a hat and jacket, says John. Well, I always wear a hat, jacket, because it's been really cold here in the UK over the winter. And it's a little bit warmer now, but you have to remember when I stream, it's like 2 o'clock in the morning, so it's never that warm, you know. Here in the UK, it's always middle of the night when we're streaming because of the time difference. So as a result, oh, Lizzie Rain is actually trending right now. So yeah, I mean, even in the summer, it's not that warm, although it is warmer. Days, now that Bianca is pregnant, she'll be out even longer. Do we think the finger is healed? Well, I think it's healing. I don't know if it's like totally healed. I keep doing that because I saw this weird physical therapy thing she was doing. It was like a tennis racket that had holes, and you put your fingers in through the holes and they get you to grip and do that. And so last time I saw, she was kind of going through physical therapy. So I'm sure she's in a much better place now. She said, though, she would do it and it would be good. And then she'd go to bed, and when she woke up, her finger would be like she wouldn't be able to bend it again. So I don't know. I mean, like, I'm not sure if this was planned or unplanned, obviously. But, I mean, if she's out with an injury and it still looks like it's going to take a few months for that injury to recover, you know, nature might have took its course and she might have, you know, ended up getting pregnant. And maybe it's not the worst time. Perhaps it would have been a little better if it had happened, you know, straight after WrestleMania last year. That way she could have recovered and, you know, obviously been pregnant. But, you know, I don't know how planned it was. But, you know, either way, I think everyone's just pleased for her. There are things in life bigger than wrestling. So, you know, her having a baby with Montez, which I don't think they've had a kid before. I think this is her first kid. So, you know, that's obviously a big deal for them. And the way they announced it was pretty cool. Once you do something to your finger, it might not ever be the same, said WWE Times. But it's not the end of the world. I found your stream. You got me back into wrestling, said John. John, shout out to you, buds. Listen, wrestling is good, bad, confusing. It's all kinds of things, but hopefully it's a great distraction from the world and a great comfort blanket and wildly entertaining when it clicks. That casket match should be coming up next, talking of wildly entertaining, so we should be starting off this next hour in a great way. Okay, what's happening here? Okay, so it's going to be Saquon against Myles. Okay. I'm sort of liking the issues they've got here. Okay. So we just saw there that we had Dion struggling with that loss. He just got told there's a rematch, but it turns out that it's a rematch for Dark State. It's a member of Dark State that get a shot, but it ain't going to be Dion. It's Saquon that gets a shot at Myles. Okay, here we go then. The casket is down at ringside. Tatum Paxley is coming out. Shame we haven't got the giant Tatum Paxley puppet. I like the veil that she's got on. The CW Network puppets. So was it CW that funded them, was it? Okay, they just showed a picture of those. Opala said, people are saying that during the Bloodline segment, Jay was a bit sketchy, showing signs of turning on Roman. I didn't see that. I didn't see evidence of that. But it'd be worth seeing why people said that. But I didn't see any signs of that. But then I wasn't staring at Jay intensely. Okay, Blake's come down. She's got a veil on as well. Everyone's wearing veils. Very, must be very fashionable. I wonder if Blake loses, and I wonder if she does get buried. I mean, it's one thing to go in the casket, but Shiloh said he's dug a grave. Tatum. She's got a nasty mark on her leg. Tatum chance breaking out. This is going to be I think this will be a good match, and I love the casket element. Okay, Tatum Paxley, Blake Monroe. Bella sounded. Blake is taking her jacket off. Shots coming in by both of these women. Forearms being exchanged and we're underway. Let's get rid of the poll so we don't get confused. DK Prosper, Lexis King. Open a bit early, but we're opening it. Blake gets thrown in, but she's standing and jumps straight back out again. You lot said that was good 99 for what it was. Okay, in the ring goes Blake. Tatum, I love how she slid in then. That was nice. Charges over, crossbody, and Blake just moves out the way. Shot coming in there by Blake. Tatum is up. We got a chop coming in there by Blake. Daze, if sleepy, then screaming, doing the past 8 days, taking a nap. Uh-oh. Lovely little nap. Problem is, though, if you go in that casket and they do pop it in the grave that Shiloh has dug, might be a long nap. Sign in the crowd says it's Tatum Tuesday, as right now she's smashing these flowers all over Blake. Tatum grabbing Blake holding on to that casket. Back elbow there by Blake. Forearm shot there by Tatum. Down goes Blake. Tatum looking around. Looking underneath the ring. What's that? What is that? Doll's house. She's got a doll's house. She's got the doll's house. Is she going to smash her into a doll? That's a weird weapon, isn't it? Is she going to throw Blake into that? She's throwing Blake into it. Blake stops herself from going into the doll's house. Ooh, Tatum nearly goes in. Picks her up. No. It's so weird. Two wrestlers battling in front of this doll's house. Tatum goes into it. Well, unless she's getting a new one, she just got drop kicked into that one. So there we go. That's something you don't really expect to see in WWE, a wrestler being drop kicked into a dollhouse. But we can tick it off. If you had that on your bingo card, you can tick it off. We've seen it now. Now she's smashing it right over the back of Tatum. So we're not done yet. We're not done yet. Blake picking up that dollhouse and smashing it onto Tatum. The casket is being opened. This has brought down the house, says Booker. He's not wrong. The dollhouse. Right now we got Tatum. She's having her face smashed into the side of that casket. Blake's grabbing a fire extinguisher, maybe. There's a fire extinguisher. She's grabbing a fire extinguisher. Tatum comes over. Smashes Blake. She's going to throw her into the edge of the casket. Tatum goes into it. Tatum goes down. Blake, open it, says Blake. Okay, right now we've got Tatum in a bit of trouble. She's up on the shoulders of Blake. She's going to be planted into the casket. She's in, but she gets her foot up. And she manages to kind of kick out of that casket, get herself into the ring. Blake Monroe getting in. Shot to the midsection. We're back in the ring. We've been on the outsides. Again, another shot coming in. We are at commercial break at the moment. We got 1 minute 30. She's over by the ropes. Open it, says Blake. She wants to use this belt. Okay, here we go. She's gonna... She tried to smash Tatum with that belt. Drive her... sling blades. Drive her into that casket. Right now, Blake coming over. Tatum over. Against the ropes. Right by that casket. That fake North American Championship. The Blake one is in there. If she's going to be put in there, she might be buried with that fake championship. Tatum being smashed off the lid of it at the moment. Daze, while people are looking for NXT to give us talking points, I'm just waiting for what Carmen Live has to update us with, says Benny. That's understandable, Benny. A lot of people only tune into these Tuesday streams for their weekly Carmen updates. Right now, nice suplex there by Blake. We're back from commercial break in 15 seconds or so. We're about 5 minutes into the second hour. Through the ropes. Tatum hanging on. In the midsection, getting back in the ring. Duck underneath. Little bit slow there from Blake. Kick coming in. Enziguri. Blake goes over to the corner. Tatum on her knees. Rising up. Tatum rises up, turns around, stares over at Blake. Down goes Blake. Tatum is well in here. Nice kick. Nice. Good work. Right now we've got Blake. Lovely. She tells them to open it. She rolls Blake over to that casket. Blake goes in. She's not down, though. Why did she grab a pillow? Oh, is there something in there? Are they thumbtacks? It sounded like beads or something in that pillow. She could have grabbed anything. I thought she was going to grab the belt, but she grabbed that velvet pillow instead. Both go in. Lid closes, but both are in there. Just bury them both. Let's do that. Let's just bury them both and they can be together forever. There's loads of room. Right now, Blake is in there with Tatum. They're both laughing and smiling at each other. Slap coming in there by Blake. Edge of the ring. They both managed to get back out again. Blake with a shot coming in. Tatum on the edge of the ring. Coming up tonight, we've got Lola Vice live. Kick there by Tatum. Blake and Tatum are on top of this casket. Shot coming in. We've still got Last Woman Standing. That's likely to be our main event, I would imagine. Pi said Blake looks younger being dressed like that. Double underhooks. No. Oh. Whoa! Spanish fly! Off the casket to the outsides. And you can see the reaction from the people in the crowds. Spanish fly, and that's not going to be the softest of landings. I mean, it's all matte out there, but even so, I don't think the crowd were expecting to see that. And they break out into a "This is awesome" chant as a result. Both women are down. We're seeing ZARIA backstage, pacing around. Tatum staring over at Blake, and both of them are trying to get over towards that fire extinguisher. Blake gets there first, and she uses it. Tatum goes down. Tatum runs away. Double underhooks. She's going to drive it down, and she does. Glamour shots. Glamour shots. That casket has opened. Tatum is being put inside. She's going to close it. And she thinks that she's got it, but Tatum just manages to stop that lid from closing. She uses Blake's own fake championship. To be honest, if she pulls that out, she should be able to close it. Blake is screaming out, just be very careful about pulling it out. Stand on it. If you stand on it and just try to get it out, you might be able to do it. Oh no, see, you completely did that the wrong way there. Instead, Tatum is dragged out of the casket. Kick coming in. This match continuing. She's going to try and absolutely wallop her with that belt. She's using it as like a whip. This match carrying on. We're carrying on. Another big shot coming in there by Blake. Tatum down. Another shot coming in there by Blake. Daze, the casket looks comfy. It does look comfy. Oh, we're about to find out what's in this thing. Sounded like thumbtacks. Or maybe it's going to be diamonds or something. I don't know. It is diamonds. They are a girl's best friend. And that's what Booker says as well. Oh yeah, man. Oh yeah. No, Joy. Cemetery Drive. Cemetery Drive. Blake tries to get away. Now Tatum rises up. That's badass when she does that. She looks badass. Going over, big kick. Blake goes into the casket. Chuck that belt in as well. Blake Monroe has been beaten in the casket match. Tatum wins. And maybe the next stop for Blake could be the main roster. But what's the next stop going to be for Tatum? Who's the next challenge going to be? Because I feel like this feud is definitely done. And there we go. Tatum retains, stands tall. As the Tatum chants ring out. I like this, but I like that you can see it just sort of run away there as well. Yeah, there's some good action in this match. There was some really good stuff that went down. She thought she had it here. She thought she had it, but look at that. Just stopping that lid closing. We had the diamonds. We had the cemetery drive. Boom. And that obviously led towards our finish. It was good. It was really good. Right, let's go and get the poll for that. There she is, celebrating away, dancing away, bopping away. Okay, there we go. There's Bailey. That's not a name now, is it? I don't know. Micah. These hands have seen some stuff. Okay. There's Lola. I wonder if that bar is like just over the roads. I wonder where that is in relation to the performance center. The whole vanity project buying tickets for that ride, said Rob. There are adverts. We are. AB said this doesn't feel like Saber's collapsing. Are you not having a good time, AB? Is your team not doing well? Okay, we are at commercial break. If you've not voted, get your vote in for that Tatum Paxley Blake Monroe match. As well as that, if you want to leave your feedback for the Wrestle Vote questionnaire, that'd be welcome. We are trying to get answers for that as well. We do that for our membership game. So we have got 4 questions. The best bold superstar. Who do you think the best bold superstar ever is? Best European wrestler. Who's that? What wrestler should have appeared at WrestleMania 42 but didn't? And what's the best WrestleMania match of all time? So we're looking for answers on those. Get your answers in. We're doing well with responses, actually. So thank you to everyone that's left responses on that. But the link to that is in the chat. Okay. That was a great match from both women. It's a standing O from me, said Wrestling Russ. Joy Marie said hello, good day days. NXT related, but not NXT related, but I feel like CM Punk lost because his energy was drained in my own stupid belief. Yes. Yeah, I mean, I thought the finishing sequence was good, actually, where he manages to hit the GTS. We've seen it a few times in wrestling where the person bounces off the rope, flops on his shoulders again. All he has to do is get up, hit that second GTS, tends to put people away. Well, he hit the one. He just could not rise up to hit that second, could he? And I think as soon as he collapses, so he goes for that second, and as soon as he can't get it, I think we all knew that it was just one-way traffic then. So, yeah, it took everything out of him. He gave everything he had, and he just couldn't get over the line. As a result, I mean, I'm down for a rematch. Not at Mania. It doesn't need to be a Mania main event, but if Punk and Roman cross paths again, I think there's something there to address, isn't there? And obviously Punk got upset about the old comments during the build, but I think it'd be really good to kind of get your teeth into, you know, how's he going to improve his cardio? How's he going to improve his conditioning? I mean, if that's the size of the mountain that he's got to overcome, if he wants to beat Roman, how's he going to do it? How does he get that extra cardio? I kind of feel like that was like the finishing bit, and for me it just set up not a rematch. I'm not saying it's going to be a rematch, there clearly isn't, but if there is a future singles match between them at any point, I think we've got something we can go back to there. I think there's a talking point to dig into. The whole vanity project, I'm so confused. We didn't need that, said Scottish Chris. I agree with you. We didn't need it. I'm also quite confused by it. I sort of felt like when they first saw her, they were being a bit disrespectful. And then as they got to know her, I think they sort of maybe started liking her. And maybe that's the story. Perhaps that's the story. I don't know. I agree. I don't really feel like I needed that story. I think we could have done something maybe a bit more entertaining. But whatever. It just obviously kept them out of that match with Blake Monroe. Okay, we are back from commercial break, and we're just seeing shots of Orlando. That's International Drive. Here's Lola. Here is Lola. Women's champ. Daze, WWE wisdom. If it ain't your first, your last. If you ain't first, you're last. Okay, Lola in the ring. Okay, Lola is champion, and let's see what she's got to say. Let's see who's going to step up. Hola, NXT. Hola. Last week I made a statement. I showed you the kind of champ I'm going to be. The hardest part isn't winning, it's keeping it. I can see all eyes on me in that locker room. I like her wearing the belt. Okay, this is okay. A delivery is not bad. It's fine. Okay, here we go. Let's make something clear. You don't just take from Lola Vice what is hers. You can't just walk into Vice City. All that's going to happen is you're going to get knocked out and then danced on, and down comes the Cullen, down comes Izzy Dame. I'm not sure about that attire. That's pretty wild, isn't it? Looks like she's just finished a shift B in Big Birds. Has she come from Disney? Is she like life-size Elmo? Oh god, her promos are so bad. Her promos are so bad. I've got it on mute, says them. I don't even know what she says. I don't even know what she says. She just comes out and goes blah 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 blah. There is a degree of performance, though. You know, she says you're going to dance all over him. Like, there is some body movement, and she will emphasize certain things, but it does feel like she just very quickly wants to get through it, doesn't it? It's one tone. It's all monotone. There's very few pauses. It is like blah, 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 blah. It's like, I know what I've got to say, and I just need to get it out. Please, crowd, don't interrupt me because I can't deal with that right now. And it is just... Big boot there by Elmo. Listen, it's NXT. People have got stuff they need to work on. We know where Izzy's weakness is. It's what we just saw. But Lola gets laid out. Izzy puts her foot on Lola, grabs that championship, raises it in the air. Elmo, Elmo, Elmo. Okay, we're just hearing from Birthright. David said, did WWE just ditch promo classes, or did Izzy just skip them? I think, honestly, it's not easy for people to, you know, there are people that just can't do that. It's like how there's people that can't sing, and there's people that, you know, struggle with other bits and bobs in life, can't play a musical instrument or whatever. I think, like, cutting a promo is a skill, and it's a skill that clearly needs to develop more with Izzy. Hopefully she gets there eventually, of course, but they've got to be aware of it. They got to know. It's got to be something they're working on. Was that Dukes? Oh, Kendall Gray. We're going to see her NXT Chronicle. The weird thing is Izzy's getting more TV time now in her career. How is she not improving? Lola needs some work too. Oh, hang on, LFG. No teams. looks all right. It looks all right. Jacob said, would you rather take a devil's kiss from Stephanie or a riptide from Rhea? Not bothered. Shining Wizard said, there's no point in doing promo class. They need to get the reps in the ring. David said, I would say she was Borne to bounce off promo-wise and learn like that, but I don't think he's great either, says Dave. Oh, okay. Use Borne because they're in a relationship. How about an Izzy promo or Trouble? What's worse? Well, I feel like the Izzy promos, as she does it more and more, and as she gets feedback, should get better. So, if you had to keep listening to Izzy promos, I think they would not. I don't think they'd get worse. I don't know that Trouble's ever getting better the more you hear it. So, I'd probably go Izzy promos. If I had to listen to anything for the rest of my life, I think like there's a good chance hers could improve. Weird Flex said promo class won't help anyone if they don't have a personality. It's like giving dunking class to someone who just can't jump high enough. WrestleRant said Kendall Gray tonight. Thank God, that's going to be an enjoyable segment. But it's a chronicle, so I think it's just a look back on her kind of road to NXT and what she's done in NXT. I don't know that it's like a promo or not a match or anything. Is in developmental. She's not great at promos, but just give her time. It takes time to learn. I agree with that. You know, this is developmental and she is learning and we are watching people put it together. And yeah, I agree. We shouldn't judge this by main roster standards, so... Steve said Lola's promo seemed a bit wooden, but better at the end. Izzy's actual performance is okay, but she needs to learn to slow down and use the crowd instead of just plowing through to display dynamics. Jordan said complaining about someone in developmental is like complaining about someone doing training for a new job. Agreed. I think there's a difference between like saying that needs work, like that needs to be improved. Like I think that's acceptable because, you know, it's a program, we're being presented it, we talk about what's good, we talk about what's bad, we score matches. So I certainly don't feel bad in saying that needs work and that's not good enough. But I think there is a line where it's like, yes, they are learning, they are developing, they are improving, and hopefully we have an understanding of that. And, you know, I will be looking forward to seeing that improvement. And, you know, when she's good in the future, which hopefully she will be good in the future, we can be like, do you remember when she was cutting those promos and it was just quite monotone and she just seemed to want to get through it because she was, I don't know, worried she was going to forget what to say or something. Do you know, she gives me the vibe that she is very, very nervous backstage. If we saw footage of her backstage, I could believe she's pacing around and like worried about it. It doesn't feel comfortable at all, does it? In her delivery, it is very much like I just got to get through this. I've just got to get through this, and obviously that's not really how you can approach this because you're going to be doing promos for the rest of your career. So yes, it'll be very interesting to keep an eye on that and see how it develops. Okay, they're just showing us what's gone down tonight. We've still got ZARIA and Ruca to come. Let's end this poll actually. Carmen, hello, I hope you're well, buds. Many in the crowd want to know what you got up to over WrestleMania weekends. So what did you get up to? Okay, great. 77 for Paxley and Blake Monroe. Okay, so she's just talking about her background. Jesus. This is like, how much information can I tell you within 2 minutes? This happened, this happened, this happened. We did this. I grew up with this. This is my mom. This is my dad. This is what I did. I don't think she could fit another word in if she tried. There we go. Here's Robert Stone with Lola. Although we got a brawl. Got a brawl. We got some brawling. They're fighting in his office, but who is it? Shiloh? Is that Shiloh and Ricky? I'm beating your ass next week, said Ricky. So Ricky Saints and Shiloh is next week. He can still go up on Friday and compete next week. I mean, obviously, Sol got called up. She's competing tonight. Joe got called up. He's competed tonight. So doesn't really change anything. Okay, also next week, Myles Borne against Saquon. Obviously, that match got made earlier. Myles Borne, Saquon. Ricky against Shiloh. Is Dark State on the same page? Restaurant said that was the greatest video package. The delivery wasn't terrible. Daze, how would you debut Evil in NXT or the main roster? I'm a big believer in everyone going to NXT first. So I think I'd be tempted to put him in NXT for a bit, but not everyone needs to be there for a long period of time. I think I'd be tempted to maybe put him in there maybe over the summer and then have him come up maybe after SummerSlam. I might do the exact same thing with Takahashi as well, actually. I mean, it's sort of a bit weird because we used to have pretty much everyone go straight to NXT. So, as I said, Finn Balor came over from New Japan. He went to NXT. Shinsuke came over from New Japan. He went to NXT. Drew McIntyre came back to WWE and went to NXT. So, like Kevin Steen, obviously Kevin Owens, Sami Zayn, all went through. Asuka went through. Like, all these big names kind of come in and go through NXT. But the thing is, now that you've had Motor City and Penta and Rey Fenix and all these other people just go straight to the main roster, now all of a sudden it might start to feel a bit disrespectful to put people into NXT first. But that was never the way. That was never the case. It was not really ever seen as being disrespectful. It was just sort of like, let's get you in. Let's work on your presentation and let's, get going and, and not only that as well, but get the fans used to you. Like, who is this person? Rather than having to try and do it on the main roster, let's do it in NXT. Let's get people excited about you and then, go from there. So, I don't know. They've really muddied the waters with that in recent times. So, streets are saying that Takahashi is expected to go to NXT. Evil might just go straight to the main roster. What I would say is because of his entrance attire, which is kind of with a mask and a big scythe, it could be quite impactful. And if presented correctly, it could really grab attention. He could make a big impression if they present him correctly. So, don't know. Yeah, I would go NXT first, but I've heard WWE are interested in taking him to the main roster. And we've seen Shinsuke and Tama sort of in each other's orbits. Some people are thinking that might lead to Evil coming in and joining up with them. Days, I was unable to go to Backbreaker Wrestling at St. Mary Hildebrand. Oh, no. This past Saturday. I just stayed at home. And I watched Wrestlemania instead. Well, I think you probably made the right call. If there is one weekend where I think it's okay to turn your back on Backbreaker Wrestling, I think it is Wrestlemania weekend. Shining Wizard said you need to put them in NXT, if only for them to get used to the TV pacing, the different ring size, and the style of in-ring. I think they should put everyone through it, says Shining Wizards. I can agree with that. Spawny Boy said, I'm feeling Fatal Influence will debut on SmackDown if they don't appear tonight, said Spawny Boy. Days, I got more vignette vibe from that Izzy promo. I got more of a vignette vibe, said Bishop. Bishop, shout out to you. Drax P said, this the main event? Yeah, we've only got 20 minutes left. So this will be the big blow-off, surely. Sol Ruca, ZARIA, wrap this up once and for all. Personally, I would have... ZARIA get the win here. We knew that we loved hearing AFI in the main event. Oh, yeah, it was good. So good. Billy said, I think they should have waited till next Monday to debut Soul. Her being there yesterday pretty much shows ZARIA is winning tonight, says Billy. David said, apart from Fatal Influence, anyone from NXT being called up on Friday? Well, JC Jane's the big talking point, and I think a lot were looking at Ricky Saints as being an option. Blake Monroe obviously has got a great opportunity as well. So Blake Monroe, Ricky Saints, JC Jane / Fatal Influence, but I think it might be more JC Jane, but it could be Fatal Influence as the group. So I think those are the ones. Okay, we are back from commercial break. We're just seeing a WWE shop advert. Rep your squad. Jada Parker, Kalani Jordan. Tonight, free shipping on qualifying orders. Okay, there's Robert Stone. Here's Tony. What's that? What's that? That's got Japanese writing on it. Mate, I am. I'm seriously excited for this. That's Japanese writing. Keanu said it's a symbol of war. With all the rumors of Evil and Takahashi, is that the beginning? Is that the beginning? Symbol of war. Is it an evil tease? Oh, flipping hope so. I'm so excited. Right, we are underway. We got 17 minutes. A symbol of war. War is on the way to NXT. I don't know if the dirt sheets are true, but they were saying that WWE were looking to get Evil onto the main roster, but he wants to go to NXT. Takahashi is meant to be going straight to NXT, so those are the two names that come to mind, but it's kanji, I think it's called, isn't it? Those Japanese symbols, they're known as kanji. I mean, it makes you think someone from Japan's coming. The only thing is, there is a rumor that there could be someone coming from Noah. So, as like an excursion. Do you remember when we had Inamura come over from Noah? So, I don't know. Wyatt says, I love NXT. Hug it out. Hug it out. Hug it out. Yes. Why can't we be friends? Why can't we be friends? There's a trash can being chucked around. Zaria down, Soul down. Okay, what the hell was that? A cable? Cabling? Oh, that's nasty. That's gonna hurt. She's whipping her with this cable. What was that cable there for? It's not actually connected to anything. She's wrapping it round the mouth of Soul, dragging her over to the ring. Soul now. Is she going to pick her up? Music. Oh, it's nice. That's nice. There we go. Picks her up. Look, Soul is dangling away. Soul is down. Zaria was just whipping her with that. You can see Soul is kind of going under the ring for Summer. It's a trash can lids. Trash can lids. Down goes Zaria. She's kind of climbing over, trying to grab a kendo. If they bring Zaria up, they can only wrestle each other on the main roster, said Jeremy. Down goes Zaria. Both of these women were in Vegas. Apparently flying in this morning, landing this morning. Soul with a kendo stick. 14 minutes left to go. We've got plenty of time, actually. Kendo stick to the midsection, right across the back. And again, down goes Zaria. Soul with a kendo stick. Walloping away. Zaria's feeling that. I'm feeling that. Fans are chanting one more time. They want more. One more time. One more time. One more time. So we got one more time chants ringing out. Right now, Soul. Down goes Zaria. She had that kendo stick right in her mouth. She goes down. Referee is counting away. Christopher said, I love Soul Ruca, my favorite superstar. How many times does Soul have to get Zaria over? Surely this ends tonight. Robbie said, the message on the box translates to war. War. It doesn't really make a connection to me that for like Takahashi or Evil. I don't know that either of them are sort of known for the word war or giving little boxes out. So I can't say that there's anyone I'm leaning to. I suppose I am worried that it might be someone from Noah. I mean, it'll still be fine, but like, I want to start getting excited for Evil and Takahashi. I'm so excited for Takahashi. I mean, I was watching Wrestle Kingdom years ago. I haven't watched it this year. I don't think I watched it last year. But I was watching it when Kenny was there and the Bucks were there and, you know, Jericho was there and Finn was over there. And I was watching Wrestle Kingdoms and, you know, Takahashi was like one of my favorite performers. My absolute favorite was Naito. If they would bring Naito in, I'd flipping lose it. Straight through that platform. Oh, we've even got a camera in there. The perch. We've seen that a few times, people going through that. Holy ship chance. We've still got 10 minutes to go here. Referee counting away. They need to get back up, get out of there. Weird Flex said Takahashi had a good match with Ospreay a few years ago. Neil said the spot with Naito and Ozawa was so great. Oh, I love Naito. I don't know what Naito's up to these days. I mean, I know that he's no longer with New Japan. But I don't know as to what it is that is where he's gone or what he's doing. GHC. Oh, is it? He is in Noah, is he? Naito weighs in on main event debut for Noah. So he's over in Noah at the moment. Well, WWE have got a relationship with Noah. Can we get Naito? You cowards. Oh, Soul gets thrown into the crowds. He's banged up, though. I mean, I don't think he's in great health, but I'm sure we could get one match out of him. We did that with Jushin Thunder Liger. Shots coming in there by ZARIA, so they're in the crowd right now. Another shot coming in. Another shot coming in there by ZARIA. I feel like some of these people are plants. There's some pretty big looking people here that I am pretty sure are Performance Center recruits. He definitely is. Right now, ZARIA throwing in a chop. I think she is in the white jacket. I think he is with the black shirt. Another shot coming in. Another shot there by Soul, ZARIA. Referees in the crowds. That would be amazing, says Neil. Soul jumps over. We're over by the barricade. I don't know what spot we're going for here. It feels like we're building up to something big. Shot coming in there by ZARIA. They're both on top of this barricades. Shot coming in there by Soul. Shot coming back there by ZARIA. Trying to make the way over. Shot coming in there by Soul. Shot coming back there by ZARIA. We've kind of made our way gingerly over. Oh, exchanging back and forth. We made our way gingerly over towards the commentary table. They're going through that table. Don't know how they're going through the table, but they're going through the table. Chops coming in again there by Soul. Soul really unloading on ZARIA. No, headbutt. Soul wobbles. What's she going to go for? She's picking her up. Is she going to look to F5 her through the table? Is that what she's going to go for? Ah! Slams her down. Drives her through that commentary table. Holy shit. Carmen said, did you enjoy Paige returning? I was in complete shock. It sadly got spoiled, to be honest, buds. Kind of leaked the day before, so we sort of knew that it was coming. But, yeah, it was nice seeing her back. It's nice seeing her back. Okay, right now we got Soul over. I don't know what ZARIA's getting. There's a big cheer. I don't know why. It feels like ZARIA's grabbing something. She's setting up a table. So she's got a table right in front of that platform. Okay. German on the outside. Glad she didn't crack her head off that commentary table. There's bits of commentary table everywhere. Big knee there by Soul. For me, Rock Hogan, First Mania, I saw, says Who Dat Saints J. Great spot, says Wrestle Rants. Okay, we're up to 6. 7. Gotta get up. 8. Zaria's getting back up. So with the table, we got about 5 minutes left to go. 5 minutes left of NXT Revenge. Okay, she's... I don't know. Is Soul looking at that platform? She did look up. I feel like she wants to jump off that platform. Okay, we got another table. There's a second table that's being brought in. We do have another table. What are you doing? We're rearranging furniture at the moment. Shot coming in there by ZARIA. There we go. Fans are chanting, this is awesome. She's looking up now. So ZARIA looks up. There's some tape on the floor. I wonder if that just lets them know where the tables need to go. You can see some black tape. And the tables are right by that black tape. ZARIA goes onto the table. She's going up. ZARIA's on the table. Soul's climbing up. She's going up. She's on top of that platform, so it looks like a big spot coming in. I wonder if ZARIA's going to move out the way. I think... is she going to move? She might move. She has moved. She's already gone. So ZARIA's not down there. It's probably best you don't stand on the edge, Soul. She turns around. There is ZARIA. Move away from the edge, Soul. She jumps over the top. ZARIA's on the edge. She turns around. Soul Snatcher! Soul Snatcher on the top of the platform. I think Soul has caused a bit of damage to herself as well. She's struggling. ZARIA's down. Those tables are still set up. Someone's going through them. Could be both women end up going through them, actually. Referee is counting. Soul gets up first. ZARIA still down, but she is starting to come around. Yeah. Is she going to charge and spear? Soul is up. ZARIA standing in front of her. Shot coming in. Shot coming back. These two exchanging blows. Another shot coming back. It's going to get there. It's just how we get there and who goes through those tables. Kick coming in. ZARIA goes down. Oh, that was a big right hand. I mean, ZARIA needs to move away from the edge, really. They're going at each other, throwing at each other, unloading on each other. ZARIA teetering. Those tables are a little distant, you know. If she lets her go, I don't even think she's going through the table. ZARIA says, I love you. She saves her. Do we just realise this was just all silly now and we just... ZARIA pushes her off. They embrace, they hug. It ain't gonna go that way. They should hug it out, said Zapras. Yeah, they should. And obviously, we've got the camera on ZARIA's face for the betrayal. Oh, no! Oh, one table broke, but the other one didn't. I think there's some concern there, actually. You could tell that the crowd are like, Okay, I mean, look, the referee's counting. She must have said that she's okay, but that has not quite gone to plan. This is going to be a win for ZARIA. Oh. Woof. Woof. Well, I am thrilled. I'm thrilled that Sol Ruca lives. And I'm thrilled that this feud is over. That was bad. That didn't look safe, said Dizzle Dog. I think there was serious concern from the fans there, you know. I think as soon as he started counting, I think there was probably a bit of a okay. Because he wouldn't be standing there counting if she was like out cold. I mean, it would be one of them and we'd be getting doctors coming over. So as soon as he started counting, I think people were like, okay, right. But yeah, I think you could tell that just sort of sucked the fun out the room, really. And to be honest, the nonsense of them embracing and hugging and all this stuff, I mean, that just not needed in my opinion. But, you know, they have done a lot of stuff with this story that I thought has been nonsense. So before that, though, you know, they were throwing at each other and going at each other, and it was pretty good. But, wow, whatever. Whatever. It's done. Sol is out of NXT now. She's on the main roster. That story is done. ZARIA can move on to other things. And I gotta say, I think NXT Revenge was a pretty fun watch, a pretty easy watch. You lot said Tatum, Paxley, Blake Monroe, great 77. You enjoyed that. I don't know what you get. I don't know what score to expect out of Sol ZARIA. Put your thoughts in. What do you think? Sol will come for ZARIA like a tigress. Mark my words. The silence from the crowd said how they really felt about heel ZARIA, said Serini. Days found out Lyra was the reason as to why the cameraman fell over. Did you know this? I saw the clip, yeah. There's footage proof of it. Carmen said, Days, I went to the local Olive Garden, in Indiana for dinner. Nice. Nice. Don't mind an Olive Garden. Been there. It was quite good. I hear a lot of people saying that it's not like real Italian and all of that, but it was a little trip out. It was fine. It was good. Okay, the crowd was silent because of the ridiculous, cheesy, over-the-top ending. That was underwhelming. And a predictable ending, said Wrestle Rants. So, I mean, he said NXT is like 10 times better than Raw and SmackDown, which just have too many talking promos. B-Max said that could easily have been a concussion, how her head hit that table. You said 3 times we get it, said Mr. Disney Guy. Adam said, I was thinking about the Pat involvement, and I think I've figured it out. It's obviously going to be an episode of Unreal. It all happened for talk and controversy, says Adam. Well, I think it will feature on that, yes. But I do believe that the real reason was to use his show because his show is on ESPN, and to, you know, obviously we know that ESPN is where Wrestlemania was shown in America, and ESPN, the first hour and ESPN2 for the other night as well. So I think that was the primary reason. But yeah, I'm sure they got plenty of stuff for Unreal as well. Jeff Throok said, it's funny that these NXT call-ups lose their last match. If the others are better, why don't they get called up? It's just the way, isn't it? So obviously, like, you lose so that those people can go on and continue in NXT. It's a little bit like when you lose your last match before you retire. You kind of put in that other person over so that they can move forwards. And so, you know, ZARIA gets the win over Soul, and ZARIA now can be a beast unleashed. Soul goes to the main roster, where most people are casual fans that watch on the main roster. They won't even have watched NXT or seen Soul in NXT, so it won't really damage anything. Days, for me, NXT was better than WrestleMania Night 1, Night 2. I thought each match got invested. There were many intriguing storylines. It was just cinema, says Opala. Wrestling Russ said it was a good show overall. I'm giving it a 7.5. Shining Wizard said it's wrestling tradition. Don't change it. 7 said Jeremy. Carmen said I'm giving tonight an 8. That's up there with JD on the announcer table. That was brutal, said Triton Cascades. David said, I thought that was a banger. Ultimate super fan of Alexa Bliss said it was a very good NXT. And Pi said, love tonight's episodes. Triple A said, Roman's first feud being Jacob surely retains. What do we think his next feuds are? Ober Gunther will lose to Roman. They're probably holding them back so it's not predictable like Jacob. Well, Gunther's the rumor. Ober's end of the year, apparently. So, yeah, apparently it's Gunther. So, I don't know how you do that, though. I don't know quite how you do that. I mean, are we going to do a summer and quite a long Jacob program? You know, does Gunther face Roman at SummerSlam? Which could happen now if the Brock match isn't happening. But then, you know, a lot of people, I think, thought that... I think a lot of people thought that we were going to be getting the Brock match, but also that we were going to be getting Ober maybe winning King of the Ring. I wonder if that is the plan. The only names we've heard for Roman are Ober and Gunther. And obviously he is doing Jacob right now. At the Olive Garden, yeah. Oh, that's where you went. But what did you have, Carmen? Rather than where you went, what did you have? Did you have the breadsticks? I believe they're unlimited, aren't they? Do you live in the States, says Emma. What do we think about We the Vote project? I don't live in the States, and I don't know what that is. Tatum versus Blake was 10 out of 10. Same as Soul ZARIA, says Serene. Adam said, spaghetti hoops on toast. Let's go. There's talk saying that Gunther's going to ask Heyman to bring Brock back for a retirement match, but I hope that's not true. I don't think that's... I think that was the original plan, maybe, to get the Brock match sorted, but I'm currently believing that Brock is actually retired, so they might just need to tweak it. But it's easy to tweak, you know. Rather than I want Brock, just turn it to I want a title shot, and you're a man that can make that happen. You know, you are the advocate, you are the wise man, you are... you know, the person that can get people there. So get me there. I could see that being the favour. Triple A said, I agree, but do we think Gunther and Ober beat Roman, or do we think Roman beats them both? Well, I don't think he should beat Ober. In regards to Gunther, that's a little bit trickier because, I don't know, it depends on the timing. I'm not down on Gunther beating Roman at SummerSlam, but I wouldn't really do it before. I think Roman should have the belt until at least SummerSlam. They might have Roman in the summer, and it might be that Roman goes and like away after SummerSlam. So I think we've got Roman in the summer. Maybe Gunther's the one he drops the belt to. So I think there could be a defeat to Gunther, but it can't be before SummerSlam. And Ober's at the end of the year, apparently. I mean, even Ober on the WrestleMania post show said at the end of the year he was coming for Roman. So I think I think they've kind of sent you the bit of a message that the Ober thing won't be anytime soon. So don't know. I don't know quite how long the Jacob feud's going to go for. I mean, I think it might just be one and done at Backlash, and then we have Roman go after some other people, which he'll get the better of. And then maybe it's Gunther at SummerSlam, and Gunther gets the win there, and then Roman goes away because he's not around full time. What he was saying was that, you know, this part time stuff, we need to fix that. You're going to see a lot of me in the summer, and the way I took that was I'm going to be around in the summer. Yeah, I ain't a part timer. I'm going to be here a lot in the summer. Don't ask me about after the summer, but I'm going to be here a lot in the summer. Don't talk to me about after SummerSlam, but for the summer, I'm definitely here a lot. So, yeah, I wouldn't be shocked if after SummerSlam, he goes away. The next time we see Brock is when the Saudis back up the trucks for him for WrestleMania next year. Carmen said, yes, I had breadsticks and chicken fettuccine Alfredo at Highland, Indiana Olive Garden, and it was delicious. Adam said, have you seen there's a dessert spot in Birmingham called Cheat Days? Oh, do you know what? I got my dad for Christmas a book where you you start at page 1 in the book, and it says go to this pub and write down the word on the floor or whatever. So you have to go to this pub in like whatever city it is, and there'll be a word written on the floor, and you have to write it in the book. And then you go to the next page, and then it's like go here and write this down. And it's basically you spend a day in a city and you fill the book out, and you just go to new places. It tells you facts about them. You kind of learn about them, but you know, you might go to like a restaurant that you've not been to before, or a bar you've not been to. My dad grew up in Birmingham in the UK, and so I bought him this book, and I said, we'll do it one day in the summer. We'll actually go to Birmingham and we'll just do the book. And we'll learn bits about Birmingham we don't know, and we'll maybe go to a few places we've not been to. And I said that we'll do that. So I might end up going there, actually, if you tell me there's a place in Birmingham. Is it Birmingham, UK? If it's Birmingham, UK, then I might end up going there. Certainly if it's city centre. If it's on the outskirts or something, I might not. But if it's city centre, I've got plans to go and do a bit of a day in Birmingham in the summer. I'm really looking forward to that, actually. Really looking forward to that. That should be really, really fun. Because I've lived in Birmingham, worked in Birmingham, all my family are from Birmingham. So, I mean, it's the city I've spent the most time in my life. And so I feel like I know it like the back of my hand. But, yeah, there's always these, like, new bars that are popping up. Or there's always that one place you're like, I really do want to go there one day, you know? So my plan is to sort of map out a good day, really, and do the book and maybe go to some places I've never been to and just, I don't know, see part of a city that I know really well that I've, you know, maybe tick some stuff off. So, yeah, that I might go. I might end up going. If I do, I'll make sure I get a little cheeky picture with the name of it. So Bishop said, that's cool. Yeah, it's a company that makes those books that do them for lots of cities in the UK. I don't know if they do from cities in America, but you can go to London and do the same. And, you know, Bristol and Manchester, Liverpool, Birmingham, they've got them for all the cities. And it's just a good day, really, where you can just go around at your own pace, just learn about, like, the city, maybe go to some places you've not been, and it just asks you, like, to, like, you know, go to this pub and write this down, or go to this place and tell us what's written on the wall, or whatever it is, right? And you just fill the book out as you're going along, but learn about those places as well. So, yeah, it's good. It should be a lot of fun. It is the UK, said Adam. Oh, right. Well, I'll keep an eye out for it. A few times, ZARIA was pushed right into Sol by their rivals when Sol was about to attack them to save ZARIA, who stupidly believed that Sol did it on purpose. Fatal Influence know that ZARIA has got a short temper. Really don't want another bloodline reign, said Pie. Carmen said, has the UK got Olive Garden? No. Well, I say that. I mean, sometimes then people go, actually, there's a couple in London, you know, but I've never seen an Olive Garden in the UK. I've never been to an Olive Garden in the UK, so... I'm from Bradford. I don't want to talk anything here, said Adam. I can understand that. I mean, to be honest, Birmingham's not the greatest, most picturesque place. But it is where my family's from, so there is that connection. Right, let's end this poll, shall we? You lot scored Sol ZARIA at 15-4. Okay, that's come out really well, actually. Great 81, so... No, great 78. Great 78. So even with a bit of nonsense at the end, you're still a very caring, loving community that enjoyed it. So there we go. Okay, that was NXT, and that was WrestleMania weekend. Technically, it ended yesterday, but we just tried to get a little bit more out of it that we could. Just try and milk that little final good vibe, and I think we did well. So, yes, thank you for joining us. Thank you for joining us all over the weekend. Of course, we're back again tomorrow. It is Evolve. It is that next level below NXT, so... you know, we are back tomorrow, but really the next big stream, of course, is going to be on Friday when we turn our attention to SmackDown, and that'll be big. That'll be like the SmackDown after WrestleMania. It doesn't carry the same sort of shocks and moments and whatnot, but it's still going to be a lot of fun. It's still going to be a lot of fun. We could be seeing some call-ups, and we could be seeing some really good moments. So looking forward to that. So, right, I'm going to go off and start getting ready for member streams and sorting bits and bobs out that need sorting out. So, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it as always. Have a great evening, and I will see you again next time.